Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment when the strangeness of Oakhaven stopped being a charming quirk and started curdling into something truly unsettling. I was 28 when I packed my life into a beat-up sedan and moved there, chasing a dream of quiet solitude and a stable, if not thrilling, job at the local library. That was nearly 5 years ago, but the details of that first year, especially that autumn, are etched into my memory like a warning. Oakhaven was exactly what you'd picture when you thought remote, tucked deep in a valley, surrounded by ancient, whispering pines and a single winding road that led back to the real world. It was a postcard town frozen in time. The population hovered around 300, and everyone knew everyone, or at least, everyone knew everyone else's business. As an outsider, it took a while to settle in, to learn the rhythms of the place. But there was one rhythm that even I, with my city-bred skepticism, couldn't ignore for long: the nightly lull. It wasn't just a quiet town. It was a town that truly, deeply, and completely slept. Every single night, without fail, the entire town would fall silent at precisely 9 p.m. Not gradually, not slowly, but like a switch had been flipped. One moment you might hear Mrs. Henderson's dog barking down the street, or the distant rumble of old Mr. Finch's tractor puttering back to his barn. The next, nothing. Just the wind in the trees and the hum of your own thoughts. At first, I found it endearing, quaint even. They're just early risers here, I'd tell myself, chuckling at my own naive interpretation. I was a night owl by nature, and those first few months I reveled in the deep, undisturbed peace. I'd read, listen to music, or just stare out my window at the star-dusted sky, feeling a calm I'd never known. The absence of light pollution was incredible, and the silence was a balm to my overstimulated city nerves. But a balm can also be a blanket, and sometimes a blanket can suffocate. The real unsettling part wasn't the silence itself, but its absolute, unwavering consistency. It wasn't just quiet, it was dead. No dogs barking, no cats fighting, no distant car doors closing. Not even the hum of a refrigerator seemed to pierce the veil. Once, I remember, I stayed up late, past midnight, trying to finish a particularly gripping novel. I'd made myself a cup of tea, and as I stirred the sugar, the clinking of the spoon against the ceramic seemed to echo through the entire town. It was so loud in the profound quiet, I actually flinched. I paused, spoon suspended, and held my breath, listening. Nothing, just my own rapid heartbeat. My initial vulnerability was my dismissal of the subtle creepiness, my stubborn insistence on finding a rational explanation. It's a small town, I'd tell myself. People here work hard, get up early, it's just their routine. But deep down, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of doubt had been planted. Routines could be broken. Life was messy. Yet Oakhaven's routine was as precise as a clockwork mechanism. Then came the night of the town's annual Harvest Festival. It was a big deal, a real celebration, lasting well into the evening. I'd been enjoying myself, chatting with a few new acquaintances from the library, laughing over local gossip. The bonfire was roaring, the folk music was lively, and the air buzzed with conversation. I glanced at my watch, surprised to see it was almost 9. Better grab another spiced cider before they shut down, I thought, moving toward the trestle tables. As I reached for my cup, a hush began to fall over the crowd. It wasn't a gradual fading of sound. It was like the music had hit a sudden stop, and all the voices had been muted simultaneously. I looked around, confused. People stood frozen, mid-sentence, drinks halfway to their lips. A child's toy dropped, but the clang was swallowed by the rapidly growing silence. It started around the edges of the crowd, then spread inward like an invisible wave, until even the crackling bonfire seemed to dim its roar. My hand, still reaching for the cider, froze in the air. The air itself felt heavier, colder. One moment, vibrant life, the next, utter, profound stillness. The kind of stillness that wasn't peaceful but utterly unnatural. It was 9 p.m., and Oakhaven had gone to sleep. My breath caught in my throat, a cold knot tightening in my chest. The bonfire, moments ago a roaring inferno, now seemed to crackle in muted, almost apologetic whispers. The lively folk music, a heartbeat ago a vibrant tune, was gone, leaving behind an echoing silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. I stood there, hands suspended, fingers splayed towards an unclaimed mug of spiced cider, a ridiculous, meaningless gesture in the face of what had just happened. Around me, the entire scene was a tableau of frozen life. Mrs. Gable from the general store was mid-sentence, her mouth slightly open, a half-eaten gingerbread cookie held delicately between her thumb and forefinger. Her eyes, usually twinkling with local gossip, were wide and unblinking, fixed on a spot somewhere beyond me. Old Mr. Henderson, the town's taciturn handyman, was frozen with a half-chewed piece of dried apple sticking out from his beard, his hand still gripping a wooden carving. A young boy, no older than 7, was caught in the act of chasing a stray dog, his small body leaning forward, one foot suspended in the air, a wide grin plastered on his face. The dog, too, was motionless, tail half-wagging, its tongue lolling slightly. It wasn't just quiet, it was dead, not in the morbid sense of lifelessness, but in the absolute, total absence of motion, of sound, of being. The very air felt thick, heavy with unspoken words and unmade movements. I blinked once, twice, trying to clear my vision, to shake off what surely had to be some kind of collective hallucination. But the scene remained, unwavering, perfectly still. I slowly lowered my hand, the movement feeling impossibly loud and clumsy in the oppressive silence. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the stillness of the world. A tremor ran through me, starting in my fingertips and spreading rapidly until my whole body was trembling. This wasn't a quirk. This wasn't quaint. This was impossible. "Hello," I whispered, the sound a thin, reedy thing that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the vast silence. It was like shouting into a void. No answer. Of course, they were frozen, like statues but flesh and blood. I took a hesitant step forward, then another, moving through the petrified crowd. It was like navigating a macabre art exhibit. I passed a group of teenagers, one with a guitar still slung over his shoulder, his fingers poised over the strings, another with a half-raised cup, laughter seemingly suspended on his lips. Their expressions were so vivid, so natural, that it made the stillness all the more horrifying. Their eyes, though unseeing, seemed to follow me accusingly. I reached out slowly, my hand trembling as I neared Mrs. Gable. Her face was so close, so lifelike. My fingers hovered inches from her cheek. I wanted to touch her, to shake her, to scream at her to wake up, but a primal fear held me back. What if she was cold? What if she felt like stone? What if touching her broke something irreparable? The wind, a gentle presence moments before, had also ceased its rustling. The leaves on the ancient oak that overlooked the festival grounds were perfectly still, not a single one swaying. The bonfire, though still glowing, offered no hungry crackle, no shifting embers. It was a still photograph, but in 3 dimensions, and I was the only moving, breathing, conscious thing in it. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was too much. My rational mind, usually my most loyal companion, was screaming for explanations, for logical pathways, but there were none. This was beyond logic, beyond reason. This was something else. I turned and stumbled away from the heart of the festival, needing to escape the silent, staring crowd. My feet scuffed against the grass, each sound amplified to an unbearable degree. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if I were performing on a stage for an audience that couldn't react, couldn't even see. The road leading out of the festival grounds, normally bustling with people, was now eerily empty. Cars were parked along the verges, doors slightly ajar, as if their owners had just stepped out for a moment, never to return. My sedan was parked a little way off under a cluster of silent pines. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly that it took 3 tries to get the key into the lock. The click of the door unlocking was a thunderclap. I practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut. The sound echoed, stark and violent in the profound quiet. I leaned back against the headrest, my chest heaving, trying to calm my frantic breathing. What had just happened? My mind raced, trying to find a footing. Was it a prank, a mass hypnosis, some kind of gas? But no, a gas wouldn't explain the immediate, total cessation of sound, of movement. It wouldn't explain the bonfire, the dog, the very leaves on the trees. This was something deeper, something fundamental about Oakhaven itself. I started the car, the engine's roar a jarring intrusion. The headlights cut through the deepening twilight, illuminating the deserted street. I drove slowly, carefully, past the houses of Oakhaven. Each one was dark, silent, not a single light on, not a shadow stirring behind a curtain. The town truly, deeply, completely slept. And it wasn't just the people, it was everything. When I reached my small cottage, nestled on the outskirts of town near the library, I didn't even bother to turn off the engine right away. I just sat there, headlights cutting twin beams into the inky blackness. The cars hum a small, comforting presence against the vast, encompassing silence outside. I felt an intense, desperate need to do something, to understand something. But what? Who would I even talk to? Everyone was asleep, or frozen, or... The thought trailed off, too horrifying to complete. Finally, I switched off the engine. The sudden plunge into total silence was unnerving. I got out, the air feeling colder now, heavier. The stars were brilliant overhead, a million pinpricks of light against a velvet canvas, but even their silent beauty felt ominous. I unlocked my front door, stepped inside, and flipped on every light switch I could find. My small living room, usually cozy, now felt starkly lit, fragile against the encroaching darkness and silence. I paced, I tried to rationalize, I tried to dismiss, but the images were burned into my mind. Mrs. Gable, mid-sentence, the boy, mid-stride, the bonfire, mid-crackle. There was no denying what I had seen. Oakhaven really did go to sleep, and it was a terrifying, all-encompassing slumber that swept over everything, animate and inanimate. I looked at the clock. It was almost 9:30 p.m. For the first time since moving to Oakhaven, the prospect of the nightly lull wasn't quaint. It was a threat. What if I fell asleep? Would I freeze too? Would I wake up? The thought sent a jolt of icy dread through me. I was a night owl. I usually stayed up late. But tonight, the thought of closing my eyes felt like tempting fate. I brewed a strong pot of coffee, determined to stay awake. I turned on music, loud, filling the cottage with sound, trying to drown out the oppressive quiet outside. But even with the music blaring, I could still feel the silence pressing in, a palpable force. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the leaves outside, every drop of rain on the window pane had it started raining. Or was that just my imagination, felt magnified, an assault on my strained nerves? I spent the next few hours in a heightened state of alert, jumping at shadows, peering out the window into the unyielding darkness. I saw nothing, heard nothing, beyond my own music and the frantic beat of my heart. The coffee, though strong, did little to ward off the growing exhaustion. My eyelids grew heavy. My head started to nod. No, I couldn't. I splashed cold water on my face. I walked laps around my small living room. I read the most boring book I owned, hoping it would keep me engaged through sheer effort. But the exhaustion was a relentless tide pulling me down. I found myself staring at the clock again. It was just after midnight. I had made it past 9 p.m., past 10, past 11. I was still awake, still moving, but the fear remained. What if the 9 p.m. phenomenon wasn't about falling asleep, but about being caught in a certain state? The townspeople had been awake and active when it happened. I had been awake and active, but I hadn't frozen. Why? Was it because I was an outsider? Was it because I hadn't lived here long enough? Or was it something else entirely? My mind, though weary, continued to churn with questions. The idea of the real world felt very far away now. That winding road out of Oakhaven seemed less like a path to civilization and more like an escape route I might be too late to take. I made it until nearly 2 a.m. before I finally succumbed. My head hit the pillow, and despite my fear, sleep claimed me almost instantly, a deep, dreamless void. I woke with a gasp, sunlight streaming through my window. My heart hammered, a sudden, frantic rhythm in the quiet morning. Had I frozen? Was I still here? I sat bolt upright, flexing my fingers, wiggling my toes. I was fine. I was warm. I was moving. The silence outside, however, was still unnerving. Not the dead silence of the night before, but the soft, gentle hush of a town waking up. Distant birdsong, the faint rumble of a tractor, the normal, comforting sounds of Oakhaven's morning. I rushed to the window, throwing back the curtains. The street was alive. Mrs. Gable was already sweeping her porch, a smile on her face as she chatted with Mr. Henderson, who was walking his dog. The young boy from the festival was riding his bike down the street, laughing. Everything was normal, painfully, terrifyingly normal. I stumbled out of the house, still in my pajamas, needing to see it for myself. I walked towards the main square, the site of the Harvest Festival. The remnants of the celebration were still there, discarded cups, deflated balloons, the lingering scent of wood smoke. But the frozen tableau was gone. The people were moving, talking, clearing up. I saw Martha, the head librarian, stacking chairs near the bonfire pit. She looked up, offering me a cheerful wave. "Morning, Emma. Rough night, huh? You look a bit pale. Too much cider yesterday." My jaw almost dropped. "Martha," I began, my voice hoarse. "Last night, the festival at 9 o'clock. She frowned, her brow furrowing slightly. "What about it? It was a lovely festival, wasn't it? Though it ended a bit abruptly, as always. Everyone just packed up and went home, I suppose. That Oakhaven lull, you know." She chuckled, as if it were a fond, familiar joke. "But everyone just froze, Martha," I insisted, desperation creeping into my voice. Mid-sentence, mid-step, like statues, for hours. Martha paused, her hands full of folding chairs, and looked at me with a mixture of concern and mild amusement. "Emma, dear, are you feeling all right?" No one froze. We all just headed home when the clock struck 9. We always do. You were there, weren't you? You must have just drifted off yourself, maybe. Happens to the best of us after a long day. She tapped her temple playfully. The quiet can be a bit hypnotic, I suppose. Her words hit me like a physical blow. She didn't remember. None of them did. They acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. They genuinely believed they had simply gone home, as they always did. The collective amnesia, or denial, was almost as unsettling as the phenomenon itself. I tried to explain again, more frantically, recounting the exact details. Mrs. Gable's cookie, the boy's frozen grin, my own hand reaching for the cider. Martha just listened patiently, a soft, indulgent smile playing on her lips, as if I were a child recounting a vivid dream. "Well," she said finally, patting my arm gently, "you certainly had an active imagination last night. Why don't you head home, get some breakfast, and come into the library a bit later? We've got a big delivery coming in." and I'll need your help." She walked away, humming a tune, leaving me standing alone amidst the half-cleared festival grounds, the morning sun doing little to warm the icy dread settling in my stomach. This was worse than I thought. Not only did Oakhaven sleep in a terrifying, unnatural way, but its inhabitants were completely unaware of it. Or perhaps they were aware, but chose to ignore it, to actively suppress the memory. What kind of collective delusion was this? I went home, changed, and forced down some toast and coffee, trying to bring some semblance of normalcy to my shaken world. But the image of the frozen townspeople kept flashing in my mind's eye. It felt so real, so undeniable. Yet, to everyone else, it had been just another quiet night in Oakhaven. I dragged myself to the library, my mind still reeling. The familiar scent of old books usually soothed me, but today it felt heavy, oppressive. Martha was already there, organizing shelves, humming. She treated me with a gentle, solicitous air as if I were recovering from a mild fever. Her kindness, though well-intentioned, only served to highlight the profound isolation I felt. I was the only one who remembered. I was the only one who saw. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed. I started keeping a meticulous journal, detailing every observation, every sound, every anomaly. I timed the nightly lull with a stopwatch, exactly 9 p.m., always. I tried to stay awake again, but the exhaustion was immense. I found myself fighting against not just sleep, but a profound, almost magnetic pull towards it. It was as if Oakhaven itself was trying to drag me into its nightly slumber. One evening, armed with a strong thermos of coffee, a fully charged phone, and a desperate resolve, I decided to conduct a more controlled experiment. I wanted to see if I truly was immune, or if my staying awake was just a fluke. I set up my camera on a tripod, pointing it out my window, hoping to capture something. 9 p.m. approached. I felt the familiar tension building in the air, the subtle shift. My heart rate climbed. The wind outside seemed to die. The distant sounds of the town, already faint, simply ceased. Total, absolute silence. I watched the clock on my phone, the glowing digits stark in the dim room. 9:00:00 p.m. Nothing. I was still awake, still moving. The camera was still recording. I even spoke into my phone, narrating my observations, wanting a record, a proof, if I could capture nothing else. I stayed awake for hours, feeling increasingly alone in the world. The coffee helped, but my eyes burned. My mind, however, was alight with a strange, almost manic energy. I was witnessing it, I was experiencing it, and I was still outside of it. Around 1 a.m., I decided to go for a walk, a midnight stroll in Oakhaven. It felt incredibly dangerous, an act of defiance against the town's silent authority. I grabbed a powerful flashlight, pulled on a warm jacket, and stepped out into the frigid night. The stars were impossibly bright, the moon a silver coin hanging in the black sky. The air was absolutely still, so cold and clear it hurt to breathe. Every sound I made, the crunch of my boots on the gravel path, the rustle of my jacket, echoed loudly in the vast silence. I walked past the dark houses. They were like sleeping giants, their windows like unseeing eyes. I shone my flashlight into gardens at front doors. No signs of life, no movement, not even a stray cat. It was as if the entire biological world, save for me, had pressed pause. I reached the general store, Mrs. Gable's shop. I shined my light through the front window. Inside, everything was perfectly arranged, shelves neat, counters clear. Nothing was amiss, no signs of a sudden departure, just the normal, quiet interior of a small-town shop waiting for morning. Then I saw it. On the counter, half hidden behind a display of canned goods, was a small, hand-knitted scarf. It was the same scarf Mrs. Gable had been working on the day before, during my shift at the library. She'd been knitting it for her granddaughter, she'd told me, excitedly describing the intricate pattern. And there, impaled on the knitting needles, was a half-finished row, the yarn still attached to the ball, resting exactly where she must have left it when she walked away, or rather, when she froze. It was a small detail, but it solidified everything. A normal person, simply leaving work for the night, would have tucked their knitting away, or at least placed it somewhere secure, not left it mid-row, exposed on a counter. It was a detail of sudden, instant cessation. I continued my walk, feeling a cold knot of fear and fascination twist in my gut. I passed the library, a large old building that felt even more imposing in the dead of night. I shone my light up at the bell tower, a prominent feature of Oakhaven architecture. The clock face was dark, its hands frozen at 9:00. Every clock in town, I realized, was stuck at 9. The town itself was a clock, eternally pausing at that hour. As I walked, a new, chilling thought occurred to me. What if it wasn't just a freeze? What if something happened during those hours? What if the townspeople weren't just paused, but were somewhere else, or doing something else? The idea sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't dare try to enter any buildings. The thought of finding a frozen figure inside, perhaps in some private, vulnerable moment, was too much. The fact that the outside world was so perfectly still was already enough to contend with. I walked for almost 2 hours, driven by a strange mix of terror and an insatiable need to know. The silence became a living entity, pressing in on me, whispering with unseen things. My mind, deprived of external stimulation, began to conjure shadows, to interpret every rustle of an invisible leaf as a hidden movement. When I finally returned to my cottage, utterly exhausted and on the verge of tears, the sense of relief was profound. I had done it. I had walked through Oakhaven at its most vulnerable, its most unnatural hour, and I was still intact. But the experience had left me deeply shaken. The knowledge I now carried was a heavy burden, isolating me further from the people I lived among. The next morning, everything was back to normal. Mrs. Gable was in her store, the half-finished scarf nowhere to be seen, replaced by a fresh display of pastries. The library clock tower had reset itself to the correct time. The memory of my midnight walk felt like a dream, a vivid nightmare I couldn't shake off. I decided I needed to talk to someone, not about the freeze itself, not yet, but about the history of the town, about any local legends or peculiar occurrences. Martha, as the longtime head librarian, seemed like the natural choice. She knew Oakhaven's stories better than anyone. Over the next few weeks, I subtly steered conversations with Martha towards Oakhaven's past. I asked about old customs, forgotten lore, anything that might hint at the strangeness. She was a wealth of information about the town's founding, its prominent families, the old logging industry. But whenever I nudged towards anything truly unusual, she would deflect with a gentle smile or dismiss it as just an old wives' tale. Oakhaven has always been a quiet town, Emma, she'd say, eyes twinkling. A bit sleepy, perhaps, but that's its charm, isn't it? Keeps us grounded. Her cheerful dismissiveness was maddening. It was as if there was a collective blind spot, an unspoken agreement not to see, not to acknowledge the elephant in the room. One afternoon, while shelving old local histories, I stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound volume simply titled Oakhaven Chronicles, Vol. 1. It looked ancient, far older than anything usually kept in general circulation. The paper was brittle, the script faded. It wasn't cataloged properly, just tucked away in a corner of a rarely used section. I pulled it out, a strange premonition guiding my hand. I opened it carefully, the pages smelling of age and decay. The book was a collection of entries, written in different hands, spanning generations. It detailed early settler life, crop yields, births, deaths, and local events. I flipped through, searching for anything that might shed light on my current dilemma. Most entries were mundane, but then I found it. A series of entries, dated from the late 1800s, written in a spidery, almost illegible hand. October 17th, 1888. The silence descends once more. The hour of the great slumber comes upon us like a shroud, the work unfinished, the song unsung. Yet we wake and the memory fades like mist. November 3rd, 1888. Jeremiah's boy Thomas, found wandering near the Whispering Woods, miles from home, with no recollection of leaving his bed. He spoke of strange dreams, of being guided by unseen hands. We hushed him. It is not to be spoken of. December 12th, 1888. The harvest festival was cut short again. All paused, all silent. The newcomers, those from the plains, were distraught. They tried to resist, but the pull is too strong. They too succumbed. Upon waking, they were confused, angry. But the town remembers not. The town must not remember. My heart hammered as I read, a thrilling mix of terror and vindication coursing through me. Someone else knew. Someone else had experienced it and recorded it. This wasn't just my delusion. This was a long-standing pattern, deeply ingrained in Oakhaven's history. The whispering woods, the unseen hands, the memory fades like mist. It all resonated with my own terrifying experiences. I kept reading, frantically searching for more. The entries became sparser, more cryptic, almost as if the author himself was fighting against the collective amnesia. January 5th, 1889. The children spoke of the lights again, dancing in the woods during the hour of slumber. Small blue lights, they said, that hum and sing a silent song. I dismiss it, but the fear grows within me. February 20th, 1889. The Elder Council met. The pact must be upheld. The sacrifice. The giving, it is for the good of Oakhaven, to ensure the prosperity, to ensure the peace. The slumber allows it, the waking forgets it. Pact, sacrifice, giving, what did that mean? The words were chilling, hinting at something far darker than just a collective freeze. The Elder Council, was that a historical body, or did it still exist? And the most terrifying part, the slumber allows it, the waking forgets it. This wasn't just a side effect. The nightly freeze was purposeful. It facilitated something. I devoured the rest of the volume, but the later entries became even more fragmented, almost like stream of consciousness, filled with obscure references and personal anxieties, rather than clear explanations. The last entry, dated March 15th, 1889, simply read, "The eyes, they watch, even when we sleep, especially then." I closed the book, my hands trembling. This wasn't just a strange phenomenon. It was a deeply rooted, sinister secret. A pact, a sacrifice, lights in the woods, unseen hands, watching eyes. Oakhaven wasn't just a quiet town. It was a town built on a lie. A town that willfully forgot its own horrifying reality every single morning. And now I was an unwilling participant, remembering what no one else would. I carefully tucked the book back into its obscure corner, my mind racing. I couldn't tell Martha. She would either dismiss it, or worse, if she was part of the waking forgets it mechanism, she might become suspicious of my knowing. I was an outsider, a threat to their fragile, forgotten peace. My perspective on Oakhaven shifted completely. The charm was gone, replaced by a pervasive sense of unease. Every friendly smile, every quiet conversation now felt like a performance, a carefully constructed illusion. These people weren't just my neighbors, they were actors in a grand, terrifying play, and I was the only one who knew the script had a dark, hidden act that played out every night. I started taking secret walks again, but this time I wasn't just observing, I was searching. I remembered the mention of whispering woods and lights. I decided to explore the forest on the outskirts of Oakhaven, the one that bordered my cottage. During the day, it was just a normal, peaceful forest, filled with birdsong and sunlight filtering through the ancient pines. But what happened there at night? I couldn't just wander into the woods at 9 p.m. That felt like an invitation to whatever happened. I needed to be prepared to have a plan. I spent my days researching, not just the Oakhaven Chronicles, but also local maps, old geological surveys, anything that might point to unusual features in the area. I learned about an old abandoned mine shaft deep in the Whispering Woods, a relic from Oakhaven's early days as a logging and mining settlement. It was rumored to be dangerous, prone to collapse, and definitely off-limits. Most locals avoided it, even during the day, muttering about bad air and strange echoes. Could this be connected? I also discovered old folklore about Oakhaven, tales that spoke of the valley being a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where spirits roamed freely, and where ancient trees held forgotten knowledge. I'd always dismissed such things as superstitious nonsense, but now, with the chilling knowledge from the Chronicle, I wasn't so quick to discard them. My sleep became fractured, haunted by half-remembered images of people frozen mid-motion, of silent woods, of blue lights dancing. The exhaustion became a constant companion, battling against my fierce need to stay awake, to observe. One evening, I decided to go further. I had identified a path through the Whispering Woods that seemed to lead towards the rumored location of the abandoned mine shaft. I packed a small backpack, high-powered flashlight, extra batteries, a small first aid kit, a compass, and a fully charged phone. I dressed in layers, sturdy boots, and prepared for a long, cold night. I felt a surge of adrenaline as 9 p.m. approached. This was it. I was going deeper into Oakhaven's secret than I ever had before. I watched the clock, my heart pounding. 8:59 p.m. 9:00 p.m. The silence descended, absolute and profound. I stepped out of my cottage, the only moving shadow in a frozen world. The air was crisp, silent. The moon was nearly full, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. I walked quickly, purposefully, towards the edge of the Whispering Woods. Entering the forest at night was a whole different experience from my previous street walks. The trees pressed in, dark and menacing. The air was colder, stiller. Every branch, every fallen leaf seemed to hold its breath. My flashlight beam cut a narrow tunnel through the oppressive darkness, illuminating twisted roots and the rough bark of ancient pines. I followed the faint deer trail I'd scouted during the day, relying on my compass and a rough map I'd drawn. The woods were unnervingly quiet. Not a single owl hooted, not a creature scurried. It was a silence deeper than anything I'd experienced in town, a primordial hush. After what felt like an eternity, I began to notice changes. The trees seemed older, more gnarled, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the moon. The undergrowth grew thicker, more tangled, and then I saw them. The small, faint blue lights. They flickered in the distance, deeper within the woods, subtle and ethereal. Not bright, artificial lights, but soft, pulsating glows, like distant fireflies, only larger and more intense. The hairs on my arms stood on end. The children spoke of the lights from the Oakhaven Chronicles echoed in my mind. I moved towards them, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Each step was a conscious effort, my breath misting in the cold air. The lights seemed to draw me in, a strange, silent beacon in the heart of the sleeping forest. As I got closer, the air grew colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible hum began to vibrate through the ground beneath my feet. It was a low frequency, more felt than heard, like the distant thrum of heavy machinery, but impossibly quiet, woven into the fabric of the night. The blue lights resolved into distinct orbs, floating silently in the air, weaving intricate patterns around a cluster of exceptionally ancient, enormous trees. These weren't just pines, they were colossal oaks, their trunks wider than my car, their branches stretching skyward like ancient monuments. Their bark was scarred and deeply furrowed, as if they had witnessed centuries of time. And then I saw the figures. They were indistinct at first, moving shadows within the blue glow. Not frozen. These were moving, my breath hitched, humans or something else. I crouched behind a thick bush, my flashlight off, relying on the moonlight and the faint blue luminescence. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I strained my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were perhaps a dozen figures, robed in dark, hooded cloaks, their faces obscured by shadow. They moved with a slow, deliberate cadence, almost ritualistic, around the giant oak trees. The blue orbs of light seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, or perhaps from something within the circle of figures. They were chanting, not in a loud, boisterous way, but in a low, resonant murmur, a series of guttural sounds and elongated vowels that seemed to vibrate in the very air. It was a language I didn't recognize, ancient and unsettling. The humming sensation grew stronger, permeating my bones. This was the Elder Council. This was the pact. This was the sacrifice. The words from the Chronicles slammed into my mind with renewed force. I watched, paralyzed by fear and a desperate need to understand. The figures raised their hands towards the largest oak, and as they did, the blue lights intensified, pulsating with a rhythmic glow. The chanting grew louder, though still muted, a powerful, otherworldly chorus. Then one of the cloaked figures stepped forward, separating from the group. They held something in their hands, something dark and indistinct. They approached the base of the largest oak tree, slowly, reverently. The blue lights pulsed faster, and the humming intensified to a low thrum that vibrated through the ground. The figure knelt, placing the object at the roots of the tree. I couldn't make out what it was, but the gesture was clearly one of offering, of giving. As the object touched the ground, a single, brilliant shaft of blue light shot up from the base of the tree, piercing the canopy, reaching for the stars. The chanting reached a crescendo, a unified, resonant sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. The blue orbs around the trees pulsed wildly, then seemed to retract, shrinking back into the gnarled bark of the ancient oaks. The single shaft of light dimmed, then vanished. The chanting ceased abruptly. The humming died down to a faint tremor, then nothing. The blue orbs were gone, leaving only the moonlight filtering through the branches. The cloaked figures stood still for a moment, then slowly turned and began to disperse, melting back into the shadows of the woods, moving silently, efficiently. They were heading away from me, deeper into the forest, towards the direction of the abandoned mine shaft. I stayed hidden, hardly daring to breathe, until the last shadow had vanished. The woods were silent once more, but it was a new kind of silence, one that felt heavy with unseen forces and ancient secrets. The air still crackled with a residual energy, a faint echo of the powerful ritual I had just witnessed. My mind raced trying to process it all. The lights, the chanting, the robed figures, the offering, it was real, all of it, and it was happening every night during the great slumber. The town's amnesia was not accidental. It was integral to this ritual, preserving the illusion of peace, allowing the elder council, or whatever they were, to conduct their work undisturbed. I slowly, cautiously, extricated myself from my hiding spot. My legs were stiff, my body cold, but a burning need to investigate the site of the offering drove me forward. I moved to the base of the colossal oak tree. There, nestled among the ancient roots, was what they had offered. It was a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a songbird, its wings outstretched as if in flight. It was beautifully rendered, a piece of delicate folk art. It looked harmless, almost innocent. But why offer this? What did it mean? I reached out, my fingers hovering over the wooden bird. It felt warm, faintly buzzing with a residual energy. As my fingertips brushed against it, a faint blue spark crackled, making me snatch my hand back. Well then, a faint blue spark crackled, making me snatch my hand back. The bird, though, remained warm, a subtle pulse seeming to emanate from its finely carved wood. It wasn't cold, inert, or dead like the rest of the sleeping world. It was alive, in a way nothing else in Oakhaven was at this hour. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm against the profound silence of the woods. This tiny, carved bird was a clue, a tangible piece of the ritual I had just witnessed. It was the offering, the sacrifice. But a wooden bird, what did it represent? What power did it hold? I crouched lower, my breath misting in the frigid air, and reached out again, more cautiously this time. My fingers brushed against the smooth, polished surface of the bird. No spark. This time I gently picked it up. It fit perfectly in the palm of my hand, surprisingly light, yet radiating that faint, residual warmth. The intricate details of its wings, its tiny beak, its lifelike eyes were stunning. It was clearly a work of love, not just some crude totem. As I held it, a strange sense of melancholy washed over me, a profound sadness that seemed to seep from the wood itself. It was as if the bird carried a whisper of sorrow, a silent lament for something lost. The feeling was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the chilling implications of what I had seen. I carefully placed the wooden bird inside my jacket pocket, feeling its warmth against my chest. This was proof, tangible, undeniable proof that I wasn't just imagining things. This was the first piece of Oakhaven's dark secret that I could hold in my hand. My mind, still buzzing from the adrenaline, tried to piece together the fragments. The elder council, the chanting, the blue lights, the ancient trees, the offering. And the slumber allows it, the waking forgets it. It was all connected. The town's nightly freeze was not just a strange phenomenon. It was a cloak, a protective barrier that allowed these rituals to take place unseen, unheard, and then erased from the collective memory. But for what purpose? To ensure the prosperity, to ensure the peace. The Chronicle's words echoed in my head. What kind of prosperity required such a ritual? What kind of peace was built on such a terrifying deception? I knew I couldn't stay in the woods. The thought of being discovered, of facing those cloaked figures, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. They had moved towards the abandoned mine shaft, deeper into the forest. I wasn't ready to follow them there, not yet. My objective tonight had been to observe, to gather initial evidence, and I had done that. I retraced my steps, moving as quietly as possible, my flashlight off, relying on the moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every rustle of leaves, or was it just the wind, made me jump. The woods felt even more menacing now that I knew their hidden purpose. They were not just trees, they were ancient sentinels, silent witnesses to generations of these rituals. When I finally emerged from the edge of the whispering woods, back into the familiar, frozen landscape of Oakhaven's outskirts, a profound sense of relief washed over me. The street lights, though frozen, felt like a comforting presence compared to the primal darkness of the forest. My cottage, with its silent, unlit windows, felt like a sanctuary. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still shaking, and let myself in. The moment the door clicked shut, the silence of the night outside seemed to press in even harder, making the small sounds of my own breathing and heartbeat feel deafening. I flipped on every light, banishing the shadows that seemed to cling to the corners of the room. The first thing I did was take out the wooden bird. I placed it on my coffee table, under the bright glare of the lamp. It sat there, a tiny, silent testament to the night's horrors. Its warmth had faded, but a faint, almost imperceptible hum still seemed to emanate from it, a ghost of the energy from the ritual. I paced my living room, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and fears. What was I going to do with this? I had proof, but who would believe me? Martha, with her kind, dismissive smiles. The townsfolk, who would simply wake up in the morning with no memory of any of it. I was truly alone in this. The knowledge I now possessed was a heavy, suffocating burden. It wasn't just a strange phenomenon anymore. It was a conspiracy, a generations-long deception, and I was now on the outside looking in, privy to a secret that the entire town actively forgot every morning. I tried to think logically. What was the next step? I had the journal, the camera footage, if it had captured anything useful, and now the wooden bird. But none of it would make sense to anyone who hadn't experienced the freeze, and I couldn't risk revealing what I knew to anyone in Oakhaven. The Chronicle mentioned the newcomers. They tried to resist, but the pull is too strong. They too succumbed. Upon waking, they were confused, angry, but the town remembers not. The town must not remember. This implied a danger for those who remembered, for those who resisted. I didn't want to become confused and angry, only to be dismissed as mad. I didn't want to succumb. My exhaustion was immense, but sleep felt impossible. Every shadow seemed to hide a robed figure. Every creak of the house sounded like the low hum of the ritual. I forced myself to examine the camera footage from my earlier setup. It was mostly just me talking to the camera, narrating the silence. But it did capture the clock striking 9:00 p.m. and the immediate total cessation of even the faint background hums. It was a visual record of the profound stillness, a testament to the fact that I had indeed remained awake and observing. It wasn't the dramatic visual proof of the ritual that I had captured in my mind, but it was something. It proved the silence. I rewound the footage, playing it back, listening to my own voice, trying to find reassurance in the sound. But it only made me feel more alone. The night stretched on, an oppressive blanket of silence outside, a cacophony of fear and unanswered questions inside my head. I didn't dare close my eyes. I brewed more coffee, pacing, researching. I pulled out old folklore books from my collection, searching for any mention of similar rituals of ancient trees of blue lights. Nothing. Oakhaven's secret seemed unique, or at least uniquely adapted. As the first sliver of dawn painted the sky a pale gray, I finally felt safe enough to relax, if only marginally. The exhaustion hit me then, a physical weight. I carefully wrapped the wooden bird in a soft cloth and tucked it away in a locked box, hidden deep in my closet. I couldn't risk Martha or anyone else seeing it, asking questions. It was my secret for now. I showered, trying to wash away the chill of the woods and the lingering unease. I dressed, forcing myself into a semblance of normalcy. The world outside was slowly coming back to life, the gentle sounds of Oak Haven's morning filling the air. Birds chirped, a distant engine rumbled. Mrs. Henderson's dog barked its customary morning greeting. I walked to the library, the morning sun glinting off the dew-kissed grass. Everything was painfully, terrifyingly normal. Martha greeted me with her usual cheerful smile, already at the circulation desk. "Morning, Emma. You look a bit tired, dear. Another late night with a good book?" she asked, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I forced a smile, a hollow echo of her genuine warmth. "Something like that, Martha, a really gripping one." I couldn't bring myself to confess the true nature of my sleepless night. How could I? She would only dismiss it, or worse, look at me with that gentle, concerned pity that made me feel like I was losing my mind. Throughout the day, I was a ghost, moving through the library on autopilot, shelving books, assisting patrons, my mind miles away, replaying the images of the cloaked figures, the pulsing blue lights, the ancient oaks. The wooden bird hidden in my closet felt like a beacon, a constant reminder of the secret I carried. I realized I needed to delve deeper into the Oak Haven Chronicles. The brief entries I'd found were a tantalizing glimpse, but there had to be more. I needed to understand the pact, the sacrifice, and what giving truly entailed. I also needed to know more about the Elder Council and their origins. Were they a select group, or did their ranks shift? How did they maintain their memory while the rest of the town forgot? That afternoon, during my lunch break, I made an excuse to go into the restricted archives, a dusty, rarely used room in the back of the library. It was meant for older, more fragile documents, and Martha rarely went in there, preferring to keep the main collection tidy. I knew it was a risk, but the urgency to understand overshadowed my caution. I found the Oak Haven Chronicles, Vol. 1 again, its familiar leather binding almost leaping out at me from its hidden shelf. I also noticed a few other volumes, similarly bound, though less prominently displayed. Oak Haven Chronicles, Vol. 2 and Vol. 3, and even a fragile Vol. 4, dating into the early 20th century. My heart leaped. More answers. I quickly but carefully pulled them out, making sure to disturb as little as possible. I brought them back to my desk, feigning an interest in historical preservation for Martha's benefit. "Just doing a bit of inventory on these old beauties, Martha," I said, trying to sound casual. "They really should be properly cataloged." "Oh, those old things," she chuckled. "Been gathering dust for decades. No one ever looks at them. Just old town records mostly. Not much excitement there, I assure you." Her words only fueled my determination. Not much excitement, indeed. I opened Vol. 2, feeling a thrill of discovery mixed with dread. The entries in the second volume picked up where the first left off, spanning the early 1900s. The spidery hand was still there for a few initial entries, then gave way to a bolder, more confident script. The references to the slumber and the ritual were still present, though often cloaked in euphemisms. April 12, 1905, the season of the planting begins. The Elder Council ensures the bounty. The children are strong, the fields fertile. The nightly giving brings us favor. June 3, 1907, a stranger came to Oak Haven, a peddler from the lowlands. He stayed past the hour of peace, having no knowledge of our ways. He saw the lights. He saw the figures. He woke screaming, speaking of demons and witchcraft. The council dealt with him. His memory was adjusted. He left Oak Haven a changed man with no recollection of his stay. My blood ran cold. His memory was adjusted. This was more than just a convenient amnesia, it was actively enforced. What had they done to the peddler? And what would they do to me if they found out I remembered that I was actively investigating? The isolation deepened, now tinged with genuine fear for my safety. I continued reading, my eyes scanning frantically. The entries in Vol. 2 detailed a period of unusual prosperity for Oakhaven, even during times of economic hardship for surrounding towns. Good harvests, successful logging seasons, surprisingly robust trade. It seemed the pact was indeed working, ensuring the town's well-being. But at what cost? Then I found an entry that stopped me dead. November 21st, 1912. A heavy heart tonight. Young Alara was chosen. Her spirit, so bright, so pure. The giving must be balanced. The ancient ones demand it. Her family grieves, though they will forget the true nature of her departure with the dawn. Alara was chosen. Her spirit, so bright, so pure. The giving must be balanced. The pieces clicked into place, forming a picture so horrifying it made my stomach churn. The sacrifice wasn't just a carved wooden bird. The wooden bird was a symbol, a proxy. The real sacrifices were people, children. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the brittle book. This wasn't some quaint, strange custom. This was infanticide, ritual murder, shrouded in collective amnesia. And the Elder Council, those robed figures I had seen, were the perpetrators. The unseen hands that guided Thomas, the being guided by unseen forces. It wasn't just a magical enchantment. It was a deliberate selection, a snatching from their beds in the deepest hours of the slumber. I felt a wave of nausea, a sudden, overwhelming urge to scream, to run, to expose this horror to the world. But who would I tell? Who would believe me? The entire town was complicit, even if unknowingly. They lived their lives, benefiting from the prosperity bought with innocent lives, blissfully ignorant or perhaps blissfully forgetful. I flipped further, frantically searching for more details, for names, for dates, for anything that could give me a fuller picture of this monstrous pact. The entries became even more chilling, recounting the choosing of other individuals, mostly children, over the decades. Sometimes it was an elderly person, sometimes someone who was ill, but the language consistently emphasized purity and brightness of spirit. They were choosing those who were least likely to be missed, or those whose loss could be explained away by other means. The Whispering Woods was not just a name, it was a place of unspeakable horror. The blue lights, the chanting, the ancient oaks, they were all part of a ritual that drained life, offering it to some unseen, ancient entity in exchange for Oakhaven's peace and prosperity. The last entries in Vol. 4 from the 1940s were less direct, more paranoid. The author, whose name was never given, seemed to be fighting against the collective amnesia himself, leaving increasingly cryptic notes, almost as if he feared discovery. May 5th, 1948, they are watching me. The eyes, they know I remember. The pact is weakening. The giving is not enough. The whispers grow louder from the deep. September 1st, 1948, I must leave a warning. Someone must know. The mind, the source, the truth. The entries abruptly stopped after that. The final author had either been adjusted, chosen, or had simply vanished. I carefully closed the books, my mind reeling, the mine shaft, the source. The cloaked figures had been heading towards the mine shaft after the ritual. It wasn't just an abandoned relic, it was central to Oakhaven's dark secret. It was the source of the Ancient Ones, the entity to whom the sacrifices were being made. Or perhaps the mine was a portal, a conduit for the entity itself. I put the books back, trying to make it look like I had never touched them. I felt cold, a deep, pervasive chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning. Oakhaven was not just unsettling, it was evil. The wooden bird in my closet suddenly felt less like a clue and more like a warning, a silent scream from another victim. My shift ended and I walked home in a daze, the cheerful banter of the townsfolk sounding like a cruel mockery. Each smiling face, each kind gesture was a lie. They were all unwitting participants in a horror show, trading innocent lives for their comfortable existence. I barricaded myself in my cottage that evening, not just from the nightly slumber, but from the horrifying truth I had uncovered. I pulled out my journal, writing furiously, trying to record every detail, every chilling word from the chronicles, before my own memory could be adjusted. The thought of losing this knowledge, of waking up and forgetting, terrified me more than anything. I knew I couldn't stay in Oakhaven. The danger was too immense, the truth too monstrous. I needed to leave, but I couldn't just leave without doing something. I couldn't leave these people to their silent suffering, to their blissful ignorance, to their horrifying pact. I had to expose it, but how and to whom? The idea of contacting the authorities felt laughable. Who would believe a story about a town that freezes every night, whose residents sacrifice their children to an ancient entity in a mine shaft, all while experiencing collective amnesia? I'd be locked up, or worse, brought back to Oakhaven for adjustment. I needed more proof. I needed undeniable modern proof. Something that couldn't be dismissed as an old wives' tale or the ramblings of a troubled outsider. The mine shaft, that was the key. If the Elder Council was conducting their rituals there, if that was the source, then that was where I needed to go. The thought filled me with dread, but also a grim determination. I couldn't just pack up and run, not now that I knew. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened paranoia. Every glance from a townsperson seemed to hold a hidden meaning. Every quiet moment felt like a prelude to discovery. I avoided Martha's gaze, fearing my knowledge would somehow be visible in my eyes. I walked through the town like a phantom, observing, planning, always with a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. I needed to go to the mine shaft. During the day, it was too risky. Someone might see me. But at night, during the slumber, when the Elder Council was active, that was when I needed to be there. I would have to be incredibly careful. The cloaked figures were silent, efficient. They knew the woods. I was still an outsider. I meticulously prepared for my next nocturnal excursion. I researched old maps of the Whispering Woods, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the mine shaft. It was marked on some of the older geological surveys as Blackwood Mine, abandoned after a series of collapses, and a local legend about miners disappearing without a trace. The entrance was supposedly unstable, easily overlooked by casual hikers. I gathered more equipment, better flashlight, a headlamp, spare batteries, rope, a small, collapsible shovel, a fully charged phone with GPS, a knife for emergencies, and warm, durable clothing. I even brought a small bottle of pepper spray, a desperate measure against unknown threats. I also thought about communication. If something happened to me, who would know? Who would even believe me? I decided to write a series of letters, sealed and addressed, detailing everything I knew, to be mailed to a trusted friend outside Oakhaven, with instructions to open them only if they didn't hear from me for a certain period. It felt melodramatic, but the gravity of my situation demanded it. I couldn't just vanish into the Oakhaven slumber without a trace. The day of my planned expedition to the mine shaft was agonizingly slow. I felt a tension building inside me, a mixture of fear and adrenaline. I went through my normal routine at the library, but every task felt like a distraction from the monumental task ahead. As 9 p.m. approached, I felt the familiar shift in the air, the subtle draining of sound and movement. My heart hammered, but this time it was laced with a resolve that transcended fear. Tonight, I was not just observing. Tonight, I was seeking answers. I waited until the total silence had descended, then slipped out of my cottage. The wooden bird, still hidden in its box, felt like a silent witness to my actions. The air was cold, crisp, and utterly still. The moon was a sliver tonight, making the woods even darker. I moved quickly, following the faint deer trail towards the area where the ritual had taken place. My headlamp cut a beam through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the twisted roots and ancient pines. The woods were even more menacing without the full moon to guide me. I reached the cluster of colossal oaks. The air here still felt different, heavier, charged with a faint residual energy. I paused, listening. Nothing. No blue lights tonight, no chanting, no robed figures. It seemed the ritual wasn't a nightly occurrence, but perhaps timed to lunar cycles or specific dates. That was a small relief. It meant I wouldn't stumble directly into their ceremony. I consulted my map and compass, orienting myself towards the rumored location of Blackwood Mine. The terrain grew steeper, more rugged. The trees here were even older, their branches forming a dense skeletal canopy overhead, blocking out what little moonlight there was. I pushed through thick undergrowth, brambles snagging at my clothes. The silence of these deeper woods was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. My own breathing, the thumping of my heart, felt amplified, dangerously loud. After what felt like an eternity, I found it, the entrance to Blackwood Mine. It wasn't an obvious opening. It was a jagged tear in the earth, half hidden by overgrown bushes and a precarious pile of loose rocks. A rough, hand-painted sign, barely legible, warned of danger, collapse, risk, do not enter. The air here was colder, carrying a faint, earthy smell mixed with something else, a metallic tang, and a subtle, musky scent I couldn't quite place. It felt ancient, stagnant. I shone my headlamp into the darkness of the mine shaft. The beam disappeared into a black abyss, revealing nothing but the rough-hewn rock of the entrance tunnel. It looked old, dangerous, and incredibly uninviting. The thought of going in filled me with dread, but the truth and source from the Chronicle's last entry spurred me on. I looked around the immediate vicinity of the mine entrance. The ground here was strangely bare, less undergrowth, as if something regularly passed through, keeping the vegetation at bay. And then I noticed them, faint, almost imperceptible tracks in the soft earth leading into the mine. Not animal tracks, human tracks, multiple sets consistent with the robed figures I had seen. They were using the mine. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. This was it, the point of no return. I had to go in. I secured a length of rope to a sturdy, ancient tree near the entrance, testing its strength. I didn't know how deep or treacherous the shaft was, but I wanted a lifeline. I checked my headlamp, my extra batteries. I took out my phone, checking the GPS signal. Surprisingly, there was one, and making sure it was ready to record. Slowly, cautiously, I lowered myself into the gaping maw of the mine shaft. The air immediately grew colder, heavier. The light from my headlamp struggled against the vast darkness. The tunnel sloped downwards, uneven and treacherous. The walls were damp, occasionally dripping with cold water. The silence inside the mine was even more profound than the silence of the woods. It absorbed all sound, making my footsteps feel impossibly loud, reverberating in the confined space. I moved slowly, my eyes constantly scanning the rough-hewn walls, the unstable ceiling. I imagined the miners who had once worked here, their ghostly presences now silent witnesses to Oakhaven's dark secret. After what felt like an eternity of descending, the tunnel began to open up. The passage widened into a larger cavern, its ceiling lost in the darkness above my head. My headlamp beam struggled to illuminate the vastness. Here, the air felt different. It was even colder, and the metallic, musky smell was stronger, almost overpowering. And then I heard it, a faint, almost inaudible hum. It was the same low-frequency vibration I had felt in the woods, but amplified, more direct. It resonated through the very rock, through my bones, a silent, pervasive thrum that seemed to vibrate in the very air. It was disorienting, unsettling. I held my breath, listening intently. The hum was constant, unwavering. And then, through the hum, I heard something else. Whispers. Faint, indistinct whispers, carried on the cold air, coming from deeper within the cavern. They weren't in any language I recognized, just a soft, sibilant murmur, like wind sighing through ancient leaves, but with an underlying cadence that was undeniably vocal. My blood ran cold. The whispers from the deep, from the chronicle, they were real. I pressed myself against the damp cavern wall, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the rock. I switched off my headlamp, plunging myself into absolute darkness. My eyes struggled to adjust, but there was no light here, only the suffocating blackness. I had to rely on my other senses. The whispers grew slightly louder, more distinct, though still utterly incomprehensible. They seemed to come from a specific direction, deeper into the cavern where the hum was strongest. I moved forward slowly, cautiously, my hands outstretched, feeling my way along the rough cavern wall. Each step was a deliberate act of courage, battling against the primal urge to turn and flee. The whispers were hypnotic, pulling me deeper into the heart of the mine. As I ventured further, the cavern floor became less even, sloping downwards into a natural fissure. The air became even colder, the musky scent stronger, cloying. And then I saw it. A faint blue light. Not the pulsating orbs of the ritual, but a steady, unblinking glow emanating from the depths of the fissure. It was a pure, cold blue, like starlight filtered through ice. The source of the hum, the source of the whispers. I crept closer, my heart in my throat, my body trembling with a mixture of terror and overwhelming curiosity. The fissure opened into another, smaller chamber, entirely filled with the ethereal blue light. And in the center of that chamber, bathed in the blue glow, was the source. It wasn't a creature, it wasn't a portal. It was a massive crystalline formation, unlike anything I had ever seen. It rose from the cavern floor, a jagged spire of glowing blue crystal, easily 30 feet tall, pulsating with an inner light that seemed to breathe. Its surface was impossibly smooth, yet fractured with intricate patterns like veins running through ice. The hum was strongest here, vibrating directly from the crystal. The whispers emanated from it too, a chorus of faint, sibilant voices that seemed to resonate within the crystal itself. And then I saw the other elements of the chamber. Around the base of the colossal crystal, arranged in a deliberate circle, were small, roughly carved stone altars. And on each altar, nestled within a shallow indentation, was a wooden bird. Dozens of them, all identical to the one in my pocket, all silent testaments to the giving. My breath caught in my throat. This was it, the horrific truth, the central nervous system of Oakhaven's nightmare. This crystal, these birds, the whispers, the hum. And then, as my eyes adjusted more to the blue light, I saw something else. It was nestled right at the base of the massive crystal, almost obscured by its bulk, but undeniable. It was a small, crudely built cage, and inside the cage, curled up, almost entirely hidden by shadows, was a human figure, small, childlike. My entire world shattered. It wasn't just a giving of a spirit. They were keeping someone here, alive, or at least they had been. The cage was old, rusted, and silent. There was no movement, no sound from within, but the implication was horrifying. The sacrifice was not always immediate. Sometimes it was prolonged. My blood ran cold, a horrifying realization dawning on me. The Ancient Ones weren't just a concept, they were this crystal, and it was sustained, fed by the life force of the Chosen. The wooden birds were not just symbolic, they were perhaps a channel, a conduit, or a record of the lives taken, preserving their essence within the crystal. The whispers seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if the crystal was sensing my presence, its voices swirling around me, cold and alien. A prickle of fear, sharper and more intense than anything I had felt before, ran down my spine. I had to get out. I had seen enough, more than enough. This was not a mystery to be solved. It was a horror to be exposed.
We call upon the
As I
ancient
slowly
one.
began to back away, my foot
Awaken
dislodged a
from your
loose rock.
slumber.
It clattered loudly on the cavern floor, the sound echoing harshly in the profound silence of the mine. The whispers from the crystal abruptly ceased. The humming intensified, becoming a low, ominous thrum that vibrated through the very ground. And then, from the darker corners of the chamber, I saw movement, shadows detaching themselves from the rock face. Figures cloaked, hooded. They were here, the Elder Council. My heart leaped into my throat. They had been in the mine. They knew. A cold, paralyzing dread gripped me. I was trapped, deep underground with the very people who maintained Oak Haven's dark secret. The ones who adjusted memories, the ones who made the sacrifices. My mind screamed, "Run." But my body refused to obey. I stood frozen, caught in the eerie blue light, utterly exposed, as the cloaked figures moved silently towards me, their faces still obscured by shadow, their presence radiating an ancient, cold menace. Their eyes, or where their eyes should be, were points of absolute darkness, drawing me in. One of them, taller than the others, raised a hand, a slow, deliberate gesture. There was no sound, no spoken word, but I felt a powerful, invisible force pressing in on me, a crushing weight that stole my breath. It was the pull, the same magnetic force I had felt trying to drag me into the slumber, but magnified 1,000-fold. It was trying to make me forget, to erase me, to bring me into the slumber. I fought against it, a desperate, frantic struggle against an unseen enemy. My head swam, my vision blurred. Images flashed through my mind. Martha's kind smile, the frozen festival, the wooden bird, the Oak Haven Chronicles. I clung to them, to the truth, to my memory, fighting with every fiber of my being. I couldn't forget. I wouldn't forget. But the force was overwhelming, a relentless tide pulling me into an abyss of oblivion. My knees buckled. Darkness began to creep in at the edges of my vision. As I fought, a strange, piercing ringing started in my ears, cutting through the hum and the silence, a high-pitched frequency that seemed to shatter the oppressive force. It was unexpected, jarring, and for a fleeting moment, the pressure eased. It was my phone. My phone was ringing. The sound, so jarringly modern and out of place, seemed to momentarily break the spell. The cloaked figures paused, their heads tilting slightly, as if confused by the intrusion. It was the lifeline I had forgotten I possessed, the outside world. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I fumbled for my phone, pulling it from my pocket. My hands were shaking, my vision still swimming, but I saw the caller ID, unknown number. It didn't matter. It was a connection. It was a beacon. I answered, my voice a ragged whisper. Hello. A sharp, unfamiliar voice crackled through the phone, distorted by poor reception and the strange energies of the mine. Is this Emma Miller? We've detected unusual energy signatures originating from your location, specifically from the Oakhaven Valley. Our instruments indicate an anomalous localized temporal spatial distortion, concurrent with significant low-frequency sonic resonance. Are you safe? Can you provide your exact coordinates? My mind, though still reeling, recognized the words. Anomalous localized temporal spatial distortion. That had to be the slumber. Low-frequency sonic resonance. The hum. This was not a random call. Someone knew. Someone was looking for it. Someone was looking for me. The cloaked figures, startled by the sudden voice from my phone, exchanged silent, swift glances. The taller figure, the one who had exerted the force on me, took a step back. Their aura of menacing power seemed to waver, momentarily disrupted. This was my chance. With a strength born of pure terror, I pushed myself up, scrambling backwards, away from the crystal, away from the figures, towards the opening of the cavern. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee. I'm in the Blackwood mine. I gasped into the phone, my voice hoarse, adrenaline coursing through me. There's a crystal, ancient entity. They're sacrificing people. They're here. The voice on the other end was urgent. Blackwood Mine understood. We're triangulating your position. A team is en route, but it will take time. Can you extract yourself? Avoid direct confrontation. These entities, they are highly sensitive to external influences. Maintain your connection if possible. I didn't wait for further instructions. The cloaked figures were regaining their composure, their menacing presence returning. I could feel the pressure starting to build again, the creeping darkness at the edges of my vision. They were moving swiftly now, blocking my path, cutting off my escape. They're coming for me, I shouted into the phone, clutching it to my ear, the unfamiliar voice a desperate link to sanity. I turned and bolted, not caring about the loose rocks or treacherous footing. The adrenaline was afire in my veins, overriding every instinct for caution. My headlamp, still off, left me stumbling in near-total darkness, illuminated only by the faint, eerie blue glow from the crystal chamber behind me. The voice on the phone, though distorted, was a lifeline, a tangible link to a world that made sense, a world that might save me. They're coming for me, I repeated, my voice raw with terror, scrambling through the narrow passage that led out of the chamber. My fingers scraped against the rough-hewn rock walls, desperately searching for purchase. The floor was uneven, slippery with moisture, and I almost lost my footing multiple times. Behind me, I heard no footsteps, no shouts, just the chilling silence of the cloaked figures, a silence that was more terrifying than any pursuit. Their presence was a cold weight pressing on my back, a silent promise of swift, inevitable capture. I could feel the invisible force beginning to build again, the insidious pressure against my mind, trying to drag me down, to make me forget. Hold on, Emma, we're tracking you. A team is closer than we thought. They're almost at the mine entrance. Keep moving, the voice urged, now sharper, more defined. The words fueled me, giving me a surge of desperate hope. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my legs aching. The passage seemed endless, winding and sloping upward. I remembered the rope I had tied at the entrance, a beacon of safety in this underground nightmare. As I rounded a bend, the faint glimmer of moonlight from the mine entrance appeared, a distant, pale square against the oppressive black. Freedom. It was within reach. But then a shadow detached itself from the wall directly in front of me, tall and imposing, completely blocking the tunnel. One of the cloaked figures. They had moved with impossible speed, silent as wraiths, cutting off my escape. I skidded to a halt, my heart leaping into my throat. The figure stood utterly still, radiating that cold, ancient menace. Their hooded head was tilted, as if listening, and I felt the invisible pressure on my mind intensify, a sickening wave of disorientation washing over me. "They're blocking my way." I gasped into the phone, my voice trembling, tears stinging my eyes. "Emma, listen to me," the voice on the phone commanded, its tone cutting through my panic. "These entities draw power from stillness, from silence, from the forgotten. You are their antithesis. Don't let them take your memory. Fight it. What do you have? Anything." My mind raced, grappling with the crushing force that sought to smother my thoughts. My phone a flashlight, pepper spray. "Pepper spray, use it, break the stillness, create chaos, don't let them touch you." The words were a desperate command. I fumbled for the small can of pepper spray in my pocket, my fingers clumsy with fear. The cloaked figure remained unmoving, a statue of darkness, but the pressure on my mind was growing unbearable. I could feel my memories starting to fray, individual thoughts slipping away, replaced by a vague, generalized dread. The face of Mrs. Gable, a friendly smile, a memory of a day at the library, they flickered, threatening to vanish. With a primal scream that ripped from my throat, a sound so loud and defiant in the suffocating silence, I aimed the pepper spray directly at the figure's obscured face and pressed the button. A violent orange cloud erupted, filling the confined space. The figure recoiled, a sudden, jerky movement that broke its unnatural stillness. There was no cry, no sound of pain, but the oppressive force on my mind instantly lessened, fragmented by the sudden, physical disruption. I didn't wait. I lowered my head and launched myself forward, shoving past the briefly disoriented figure. My shoulder collided with something solid yet strangely yielding, like tightly woven fabric over something hard. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible whoosh of displaced air as I squeezed through the gap. Behind me, I heard a different kind of sound. Not a human cough, but a harsh, rustling noise, like dry leaves scraping together, accompanied by an intensification of the metallic, musky odor. It was as if the very air itself was reacting to the intrusion. "Time's through, I'm running," I yelled into the phone, my breath ragged. "Good, keep going. The entrance is just ahead. There's an extraction team at the surface, waiting. They've neutralized the local temporal distortion field at the mine entrance." Neutralize the distortion field. That meant the freeze. The world outside the mine entrance was no longer frozen at 9 p.m. It was alive in motion. A rush of relief, so potent it almost brought me to my knees, surged through me. I could see the moonlight at the entrance clearly now, a promise of escape. My rope hung there, swaying slightly. I launched myself towards it, scrambling up the last few feet of the slope, my hands clawing at the rough rock. As I burst out of the mine shaft, gasping for air, the cold night air hit me with invigorating force. The forest was dark, but no longer felt oppressively silent. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and then the unmistakable sound of human voices, hushed but urgent. My eyes, still adjusting from the darkness of the mine, scanned the area. Two figures dressed in dark, tactical gear were standing near the mine entrance. They held what looked like advanced communication devices, and one of them had a strange, box-like device on a tripod, humming softly. Their faces were serious, determined. "Zemma Miller," one of them called out, their voice low but clear. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" I stumbled towards them, still clutching my phone. I think so. They're in there. The cloaked figures, and the crystal, and a child's cage. My voice cracked on the last words, the horror of what I had seen threatening to overwhelm me now that the immediate danger had passed. "Understood, Ms. Miller," the second figure said, moving forward to support me as my legs threatened to give out. Their grip was firm, professional. "You're safe now. We're with the Temporal Anomaly Response Unit, or TARU. My name is Agent Thorne. This is Agent Davies. We've been tracking the Oakhaven anomaly for some time." Thorne, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing, gently took the phone from my trembling hand. "We appreciate your assistance, sir," she said into the phone, then disconnected the call. "That was Director Reed. He's relieved you're out." Agent Davies helped me sit on a fallen log, wrapping a thermal blanket around my shoulders. The warmth was immediate, comforting. He offered me a bottle of water, which I drank greedily. "We need to move you to a secure location, Ms. Miller," Thorne stated, her voice calm but firm. "The temporal disruption is still active further into Oakhaven. We've only created a localized bubble around the mine entrance for your extraction. Your presence, and particularly your conscious awareness during the slumber period, has created a significant ripple in their carefully maintained system. They won't simply let that go." "They tried to make me forget," I whispered, shivering despite the blanket. I felt it, like my mind was being erased. "That's their primary defense mechanism," Davies explained, his voice softer, more reassuring. "A powerful, localized psionic amnesiac field centered on that crystal. It's what allows them to conduct their rituals without disruption. You breaking through it is unprecedented." "What is that thing?" I asked, pointing weakly back towards the mine entrance. "The crystal, the whispers, the cage." Thorne exchanged a grim glance with Davies. "That crystal, Ms. Miller, is what we've designated as an anchor point. It appears to be an extra-dimensional energy conduit, capable of manipulating localized temporal flow and psionic energy. The whispers are residual psychic emanations from the sacrifices, trapped within its matrix. The cage," she paused, her jaw tightening. "The cage confirms our worst fears about the nature of the Oakhaven anomaly. This isn't just a temporal loop, it's a systematic exploitation of human life force." The cold dread solidified in my stomach. Human sacrifice, children. Davies nodded slowly. "Likely for decades, perhaps centuries. The energy from the chosen, particularly the young and vital, is fed into the anchor point to maintain the temporal field, ensuring the town's prosperity and peace. It's a parasitic relationship." "The Elder Council," I murmured, remembering the chronicle. "They're the ones doing it, the robed figures." "We believe so," Thorne confirmed. "They appear to be a lineage of guardians, those who maintain their memory despite the psionic field or are somehow immune to it. They are the operators of this system." She knelt beside me, her gaze piercing. "Ms. Miller, you are an invaluable resource to us. You have seen what we have only theorized. Your direct experience is crucial, but you are also in extreme danger. The longer you stay here, the greater the risk to your mental integrity and your life. We need to get you out now." I nodded, the gravity of her words sinking in. There was no going back to my old life in Oakhaven. That illusion was shattered forever. What about the town? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The people, they're victims too, aren't they, even if they don't know it? Thorne stood up, scanning the dark woods. That's a complex ethical dilemma, Ms. Miller, and one that Director Reed and the rest of TARU have been grappling with for a long time. For now, our priority is your safety and gathering more intelligence. We can't risk a full-scale intervention without a complete understanding of the anchor point's capabilities and the potential repercussions of disrupting the temporal field. Oakhaven might be a horror show, but it's a localized one. A premature intervention could have unforeseen, catastrophic consequences for the wider timeline. Her words were chillingly pragmatic. They were observing, calculating, weighing the known horror against unknown universal chaos. "Come on," Davies said gently, helping me to my feet. "We have a transport waiting a short distance from here." I took one last look at the gaping maw of the Blackwood mine, knowing that a part of me would forever be haunted by what lay within. The blue glow of the crystal, the whispers, the cage. It was burned into my mind. They led me away from the mine, deeper into the forest, but along a different path, clearly marked and cleared. As we moved, I noticed small, discreet devices strapped to trees, humming softly. They seemed to be maintaining the temporal bubble that allowed us to move freely, outside the slumber. The journey through the woods was quick and silent, led by Thorne's focused determination. Soon, we emerged into a small clearing where a sleek, black, unmarked van was waiting, its engine idling quietly. Two more figures in tactical gear stood guard. As I approached, the door slid open, revealing a surprisingly comfortable interior. It was designed for transport and observation, with cushioned seats, computer screens, and advanced equipment. The air inside felt sterile, clean, a stark contrast to the damp, ancient air of the mine. I was guided inside, and the door slid shut with a soft hiss, sealing me away from the frozen, treacherous world of Oakhaven. As the van began to move smoothly and silently, I caught a glimpse of the town lights in the distance, twinkling innocently. The thought of all those people, frozen in their perfect lives, while a monstrous ritual unfolded beneath their feet, sent a fresh wave of despair through me. Inside the van, Thorne and Davies began to debrief me, gently but thoroughly. They wanted every detail, every observation, every chilling word from the Oakhaven Chronicles. I spoke for what felt like hours, recounting my journey from the initial discovery of the frieze to my research in the library, to the terrifying ritual in the woods, and finally, my harrowing escape from the mine. I even remembered the small, hand-knitted scarf from Mrs. Gable's shop, a tiny, poignant detail amidst the horror. I pulled out the wooden bird from my jacket pocket, unwrapping it from its cloth. "This was the offering," I explained, placing it on a small, fold-out table, or a symbol of it anyway. It was warm, humming after the ritual. Thorne examined it carefully, her expression unreadable. A conduit, perhaps, or a receptacle for residual energy. "We'll analyze it. This is significant, Ms. Miller." As I spoke, one of the screens in the van displayed a complex holographic map of Oakhaven Valley, overlaid with various data points. There were pulsating energy readings centered on the Blackwood mine, and a fluctuating, localized temporal distortion field that seemed to encompass the entire town. It was all real, scientifically measured. My experiences weren't delusions. "You've been remarkably resilient, Ms. Miller," Davies commented, his eyes reflecting a genuine admiration. "Most people exposed to such prolonged, direct temporal and psionic manipulation would suffer severe psychological trauma, if not complete mental deterioration." Your ability to resist the amnesiac field, to retain conscious memory, is extraordinary. I knew something was wrong, I murmured, feeling the exhaustion finally beginning to set in. I couldn't let it go. I had to know. Thorn nodded, and your persistence has provided us with invaluable intel. We've been monitoring this anomaly for decades, but always from a distance, wary of direct contact due to the temporal risks. Your breakthrough is a game changer. It explains why Oakhaven has maintained its stability for so long and how the Elder Council operates. The van continued to drive, for what felt like a long time, the landscape outside slowly shifting from dense forest to rolling hills, then to more open farmlands. The air in the cabin remained cool, climate-controlled, the low hum of the vehicle a comforting counterpoint to the silence of Oakhaven. "Where are we going?" I asked, finally feeling safe enough to articulate the question. "To a secure facility," Thorne replied, her gaze meeting mine. "It's a specialized research and containment center designed for anomalies like Oakhaven. You'll be safe there. We'll provide you with medical and psychological support. We'll also need to continue our debriefing and conduct some assessments to understand your unique resilience. You are in many ways an anomaly yourself now, Ms. Miller." The words struck me, an anomaly, like Oakhaven, like the crystal, like the freeze. My life, my sense of self, had been irrevocably altered. I was no longer Emma Miller, the quiet librarian from Oakhaven. I was something else, something touched by the profound strangeness of the universe, burdened with a horrific truth. As the sun began to paint the horizon with the first faint colors of dawn, the van pulled up to a discreet, heavily fortified entrance, nestled in a remote, mountainous region. High fences, cameras, and armed guards were visible. This was no ordinary research facility. This was a secret world, dedicated to the hidden truths of existence. The gates slid open silently, and the van passed through, entering a complex built into the side of the mountain. Lights illuminated a series of tunnels and hangars. The air, though still sterile, felt charged with purpose. I was led into a comfortable yet distinctly institutional room. It was sparsely furnished, but clean, with a bed, a small desk, and a private bathroom. A doctor and a therapist were waiting, both professional and kind, but with eyes that held a hint of quiet curiosity. "Welcome, Ms. Miller," the doctor said, a woman with soft, reassuring eyes. "My name is Dr. Eris. We'll take good care of you here. First, a full medical check, then we can talk more about your experiences." Over the next few days, the blur of medical examinations, psychological evaluations, and extensive debriefings continued. I recounted my story countless times, each repetition bringing fresh waves of emotional exhaustion. But with each telling, I felt a strange sense of catharsis. These people believed me. They understood. I wasn't alone, wasn't mad. They ran tests I couldn't comprehend, using equipment that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. They measured my brain activity, my physiological responses, even my dreams. They were fascinated by my ability to resist the amnesiac field, trying to identify the unique neural patterns or psychological traits that had allowed me to retain my memory. The wooden bird was taken for analysis, and a few days later, Thorne returned with a preliminary report. "The carving is imbued with a unique bioluminescent energy signature," she explained, holding a tablet with complex data visualizations. "It's not just a symbol, it's a living conduit. The wood itself has been infused with residual life force. We believe it acts as a storage medium, a miniature battery, for the energy extracted from the sacrifices." "It's deeply disturbing." The confirmation sent a fresh shiver down my spine. The object in my pocket had been a tiny, silent grave marker. As my physical condition improved, my mind, though still reeling from the trauma, began to process the implications of what I had learned. TARU was an organization dedicated to identifying, studying, and containing temporal and spatial anomalies. They operated in the shadows, protecting humanity from phenomena that defied conventional understanding. Oakhaven was just one of many such cases they were tracking. Director Reed, the man I had spoken to on the phone, finally met with me in person. He was a stern, older man with a sharp intellect and a weary kindness in his eyes. "Ms. Miller," he began, sitting opposite me in a sterile meeting room, "your actions in Oakhaven have opened up a crucial avenue of investigation for us. We had previously classified Oakhaven as a stable temporal loop with an unknown causal agent. Now, thanks to you, we know the causal agent is the anchor point, powered by ritual sacrifice, and we know about the Elder Council." "What are you going to do about it?" I asked, the question burning on my tongue since I had left Oakhaven. "Are you going to stop them, free the town?" Reed sighed, leaning back in his chair. "That's the dilemma, Ms. Miller. A full-scale intervention carries immense risks. Disconnecting the anchor point could destabilize the temporal field, not just for Oakhaven, but potentially for the surrounding region or even further. We don't know what kind of cascade effect it could trigger. The town's prosperity and stability, albeit built on a monstrous lie, are undeniably linked to the sacrifices. Disrupting that could lead to widespread collapse, famine, even localized environmental disasters. And the townsfolk, they are accustomed to this stability. Releasing them from the amnesiac field would plunge them into an unimaginable psychological crisis, a sudden awareness of generations of horror. His words, though logical, felt cold, almost clinical. "So you're just going to let it continue?" I asked, my voice laced with disbelief and anger. "Let them keep sacrificing children?" "Not if we can find a safer alternative," Reed countered, his gaze unwavering. "That's what your intel allows us to do. We now have a target, a mechanism. We can study the anchor point more directly, try to understand its power source and its vulnerabilities without risking a full frontal assault. We need to find a way to sever the parasitic link without collapsing the entire temporal field, without destroying the town or its people. We also need to understand the Elder Council's immunity to the amnesiac field. They are key to maintaining the system." He stood and walked over to a whiteboard where a complex diagram of the Oakhaven anomaly was projected. "We have multiple teams working on this now. Our goal is to dismantle the system safely, to free Oakhaven, but it requires precision and caution. And that takes time. Time you have afforded us, Ms. Miller, by bringing us the truth." I understood his logic, but my heart ached for the people of Oakhaven, for the innocent lives that would continue to be lost in the interim. "What about me?" I asked, looking around the sterile room. "What happens now?" Reed turned back to me, a hint of genuine concern in his eyes. "You have a choice, Ms. Miller. You can remain here in protective custody, continuing to assist us with your unique insights. You are safe here among those who understand. Or if you wish, when we deem it safe, we can help you reintegrate into the outside world, far away from any temporal anomalies. We have resources for relocation, new identities, whatever you need. But your old life in Oakhaven is gone. You can never go back." The finality of his words was stark. Oakhaven was not just a place I had left. It was a reality I had outgrown, a mask I had seen through. The thought of a new identity, a new life, was daunting, terrifying even, but the alternative, remaining in a town built on such a monstrous lie, was unthinkable. I want to help, I said, the decision forming in my mind with surprising clarity. I want to stop them. If my memory, my insights, can help you find a way to dismantle this without destroying everyone, then I want to be part of it. But I also want to learn. I want to understand these anomalies. I want to understand how a town can exist like that for so long. A faint smile touched Reed's lips. We expected as much. You have a rare blend of courage, curiosity, and a deep sense of justice, Ms. Miller. Welcome to TARU. We have much to teach you and much to learn from you. Over the next few weeks and months, my life at the facility became a whirlwind of intense learning and strategic planning. I was given access to TARU's extensive archives, a vast repository of information on temporal and spatial anomalies, psychic phenomena, and hidden histories. I devoured books, reports, and case files, trying to make sense of the new reality I found myself in. I learned about other temporal loops, about pocket dimensions, about entities that fed on emotions or memories. Oakhaven, it turned out, was just one chilling example of the strange and dangerous forces at play in the universe, hidden just beyond the veil of normal perception. I also began training, not just academic but practical. TARU agents were more than just scientists. They were field operatives, equipped to handle dangerous and unpredictable situations. I learned self-defense, tactical maneuvers, how to use various specialized equipment. My quiet life as a librarian was a distant memory, replaced by the rigorous discipline of a field operative in training. Thorne and Davies became my primary mentors. Thorne, with her sharp intellect and strategic mind, pushed me to think critically, to anticipate, to analyze. Davies, with his calmer demeanor and extensive knowledge of psionic phenomena, helped me understand the subtle energies at play, even teaching me techniques to enhance my own mental resilience against psychic attacks. They saw my resistance to the amnesiac field as a unique asset, something to be nurtured and understood. We developed a comprehensive plan for Oakhaven. It was slow, intricate, and required careful observation. TARU deployed specialized long-range temporal sensors and psionic field monitors around the Oakhaven Valley, gathering continuous data on the anchor point's energy fluctuations and the Elder Council's ritualistic cycles. My experience became crucial. I helped them decipher cryptic passages in the Chronicles, recognizing patterns and nuances that only someone who had been inside the anomaly could. My memory of the mine, the crystal, the precise movements of the robed figures, all fed into their predictive models. One evening, months after my escape, Director Reed called me into his office. He sat behind his large, uncluttered desk, a serious expression on his face. "Emma," he began, using my first name, a sign of his growing respect. "Our analysis of the anchor point and the Elder Council has reached a critical juncture. We've identified a potential window of opportunity, a moment of vulnerability in the anchor point's energy cycle, when the parasitic link is weakest. It's a narrow window, and it requires precise execution." My heart rate quickened. Are we talking about an intervention? He nodded grimly. Yes, a covert team will be deployed to the Blackwood mine. Their objective will be to sever the parasitic link between the anchor point and Oakhaven's temporal field, and to disable the amnesiac field, all without causing a catastrophic temporal collapse. It's incredibly delicate work, and it will be dangerous. "I want to be part of the team," I stated, without hesitation. Reed looked at me for a long moment, assessing. "You're not fully field trained yet, Emma, and the risks are substantial." I'm the only one who's been inside that mine, seen the crystal, faced them, and lived to tell the tale, I argued, my voice firm. I know their patterns, their silence. My unique resilience against their psionic field could be an asset, a shield for the others. Please, director, I need to see this through. For the children, for Oak Haven. Reed's expression softened slightly. I anticipated this. Agent Thorne and Agent Davies have also advocated for your inclusion, albeit in a support role. You won't be in the direct breach team, but you'll be part of the infiltration, acting as a spotter, an early warning system against psychic influence, and providing real-time intel based on your unique experiences. You'll also be carrying a specialized device designed to counter the amnesiac field to ensure critical communication channels remain clear. It's still incredibly risky, Emma. I understand the risks, I replied, my voice steady. I'm ready. The following days were a whirlwind of final preparations. The team was assembled. Thorne and Davies, two other experienced TARU agents named Miller, no relation, and Chen and myself. We reviewed maps, refined our tactics, and practiced our maneuvers until they were second nature. My training, though incomplete, had focused specifically on anomaly infiltration and psionic resistance, making me a valuable, albeit unconventional, asset. We were equipped with state-of-the-art gear, specialized suits designed to shield against temporal fluctuations, communication devices impervious to psychic interference, non-lethal energy disruptors, and the critical temporal field stabilizers that would be used to sever the link. My personal device, the amnesiac counterfield generator, was a small, wrist-mounted unit, humming faintly with protective energy. The night of the mission was cold and clear, the moon a sliver in the sky, just as it had been on my first foray into the mine. We approached Oak Haven from a covert insertion point miles away, moving silently through the whispering woods. The forest, once a place of terrifying mystery, now felt like a familiar battlefield. As we neared the edge of the town, the familiar sensation of the temporal freeze washed over us. But this time, it was different. Our specialized suits and the portable temporal field generators carried by the team allowed us to move through it without being affected. The town, spread out before us, was once again frozen in time, a silent diorama under the moonlight. The atmosphere was tense but focused. Thorne, leading the team, signaled our approach to the mine entrance. My heart hammered, a mix of old fear and new resolve. This wasn't just about escape anymore. It was about liberation. We reached the Blackwood mine entrance. This time, there were no cloaked figures guarding it. TARU's preliminary recon had shown that the Elder Council only gathered in the ritual chamber during specific, predictable windows. We were outside that window, but entering their sanctum was still an immense risk. Emma, you take point on psychic interference, Thorne whispered, her voice crisp through our comms. Any sign of the amnesiac field, any mental pushback, you alert us immediately. Chen, deploy the first temporal stabilizer at the entrance. Miller, cover us. Davies, you're with me. Direct engagement with the anchor point. I nodded, adjusting my helmet. My amnesiac counterfield generator glowed a faint green on my wrist. I took a deep breath, the familiar earthy and metallic scent of the mine filling my senses. We entered the shaft, our powerful headlamps cutting through the oppressive darkness. The silence inside was profound, but this time it was broken by the quiet hum of our gear, the soft crunch of our boots on the loose rock, and the steady, reassuring static of our comms. As we descended, the air grew colder, and that low-frequency hum began to vibrate through the rock, through my very bones. The closer we got, the stronger it became. a silent, pervasive thrum that felt both ancient and alien. Then came the whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent, swirling around us like an ethereal mist. They were formless, incomprehensible, but their intent felt clear: confusion, distraction, disorientation. Whispers detected, I said into my comms, my voice steady. Psionic interference at increasing intensity. My generator is holding. Team, maintain mental focus. Thorn acknowledged, her posture rigid, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. Davies, walking beside her, closed his eyes for a brief moment, then reopened them, a look of renewed concentration on his face. We reached the entrance to the main cavern, the one with the glowing crystal. Even with our headlamps, the chamber felt vast, awe-inspiring in its terrifying beauty. The blue light from the anchor point pulsed steadily, illuminating the crude stone altars, each with its silent wooden bird. And there, at the base of the crystal, was the rusted cage, a stark, agonizing reminder of the horror. My breath hitched. The images were as vivid, as horrifying as they had been months ago. Anchor point confirmed. Thorn's voice was clipped, professional. Energy readings consistent with projections. Davies, prepare your disruptors. Davies moved forward, his specialized equipment already in hand. He began setting up two small, tripod-mounted devices, positioning them strategically around the base of the crystal. These were the core components of the plan, designed to emit a specific energy frequency that would resonate with the anchor point, creating a temporary, controlled disruption. As Davies worked, the whispers from the crystal intensified dramatically, becoming a frantic, cacophonous chorus that seemed to press directly into my mind, seeking out weaknesses. My amnesiac counterfield generator pulsed brightly, battling against the onslaught. I could feel the cold tendrils of the psionic field trying to breach my defenses, trying to plant seeds of doubt, of fear, of forgetfulness. Intense psychic feedback, I reported, gritting my teeth. The crystal is reacting. It knows we're here. Suddenly, the blue light from the crystal pulsed violently, and a new, more profound pressure slammed into my mind. It was a wave of pure, unadulterated oblivion, a desperate, powerful attempt to erase our presence, our memories, our very consciousness. My counterfield generator flared, straining against the attack, but I could feel it, a tiny crack in my mental defenses, a fleeting image of Mrs. Gable's scarf fading at the edges. Heavy psionic counterattack, I gasped, clutching my head. It's trying to overwhelm us, hold fast. Thorn and Davies visibly flinched under the pressure, their faces contorting with effort. Agent Miller stumbled, grabbing the cavern wall for support. Chen, setting up the second temporal stabilizer, paused, his movements momentarily sluggish. This was the full power of the anchor point, fighting back. It wasn't just a passive system. It was a hungry, ancient entity defending its sustenance. Davies, sweat beading on his forehead, straightened up. It's now or never, Thorn, he yelled over the psychic noise. The disruption will be intense. Thorn nodded, her face a mask of grim determination. Execute. Davies activated his disruptors. With a high-pitched whine that cut through the whispers and the hum, two focused beams of emerald green light shot out from his devices, striking the massive blue crystal. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The blue crystal pulsed wildly, erratically, its light flaring to blinding intensity, then dimming to near blackness. The whispers transformed into an agonizing shriek, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, threatening to shatter my eardrums. The entire cavern trembled, loose rocks raining down from the ceiling. My amnesiac counterfield generator roared to life, a constant, high-pitched hum as it battled the overwhelming psionic feedback. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing all my will, clinging to my memories, to the faces of the children, to the truth. Temporal stabilizers active. Chen's voice crackled through the comms, strained but clear. Localized field integrity at 70%. Hold your positions, Thorne shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Davies, maintain target lock. We need a clean cut. The cavern continued to shudder violently. Fissures opened in the rock walls, showering us with dust and debris. The air grew thick with a smell like ozone and burnt metal. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the din. A deep, resonant thrumming, growing rapidly louder, coming from deeper within the mine, from the direction of the crystal's fissure. Incoming, Agent Miller yelled, his voice urgent. Contact, multiple targets, cloaked figures, they're here. My eyes snapped open. Emerging from the very fissures that the disruptors had opened, from the deep recesses of the mine, were the robed figures, dozens of them. They moved with a chilling grace, their dark cloaks billowing, their hooded faces obscured by shadow. Their eyes, those points of absolute darkness, seemed to fix on us, radiating cold, ancient fury. The Elder Council. They were here, summoned by the assault and deafened. My eyes snapped open. Emerging from the very fissures that the disruptors had opened, from the deep recesses of the mine, were the robed figures, dozens of them. They moved with a chilling grace, their dark cloaks billowing, their hooded faces obscured by shadow. Their eyes, those points of absolute darkness, seemed to fix on us, radiating cold, ancient fury. The Elder Council. They were here, summoned by the assault. Form up defensive perimeter. Thorne's command cut through the comms, crisp and urgent. Emma, focus on psionic defense. Davies, keep those disruptors locked. Miller, Chen, energy disruptors on non-lethal, incapacitate only. Do not engage directly unless absolutely necessary. The team immediately shifted, moving into a tight formation, their backs to the shuddering blue crystal. Agent Miller and Agent Chen deployed their energy disruptors, aiming at the approaching figures. These devices didn't fire projectiles. Instead, they emitted focused waves of concentrated energy designed to overload an opponent's nervous system, causing temporary paralysis or unconsciousness without lasting harm. The Elder Council, however, was not a conventional opponent. The cloaked figures didn't speak, didn't cry out. They moved in a silent, undulating mass, their presence radiating pure, ancient malice. As they closed the distance, the ambient temperature in the cavern plummeted, and the psychic pressure intensified, twisting into tendrils of icy dread that sought to seep into our minds. My amnesiac counterfield generator whined, fighting valiantly, but I could feel the edges of the oblivion, the insidious whisper that threatened to unravel my sanity. They're projecting extreme psionic drain, I gasped, clutching my head, trying to reinforce my mental shields. Focus on your objectives, don't let them into your minds. Thorne responded with a guttural grunt of effort, her own face pale, but her resolve unbroken. Stay focused, team. Emma's shield is our priority. Maintain suppressive fire, Chen Miller. Agent Miller, a burly man with a grim set to his jaw, fired first. A ripple of crackling energy surged from his disruptor, striking the leading figures. Instead of falling, the figures seemed to absorb the energy. Their cloaks billowed more violently, and their shadowy forms flickered, growing taller, more insubstantial. They didn't slow down. No effect, Miller reported, his voice laced with surprise. They're converting the energy. Switch to sonic pulses, disrupt their cohesion, Thorne ordered, thinking on her feet. Davies, report on the anchor point. Disruptors still locked, Thorne. Energy cycle critically unstable. We're almost there, Davies yelled back, his face a mask of concentration as he monitored the readouts on his devices. The two emerald beams of light continued to bore into the giant crystal, which now pulsed with an erratic, dangerous rhythm. The shriek it emitted intensified, tearing at the very fabric of the cavern. The Elder Council figures, undeterred by the energy disruptors, were now within touching distance. Their silent approach was unnerving, their lack of reaction to our weapons deeply unsettling. As they reached us, they didn't engage in physical combat in any conventional sense. Instead, their shadowy hands, impossibly long and thin, reached out, not to strike, but to touch. And where they touched, our specialized suits shimmered, distorting momentarily. It was as if their touch didn't transmit physical force, but something else entirely. Something colder, older, trying to unravel the very essence of our temporal stability, our presence here. One figure reached for Chen, who was still trying to set up the second temporal stabilizer. Its shadowy hand brushed his arm. Chen cried out, a sound of pure agony, and slumped against the cavern wall, his eyes wide and unfocused, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. His disruptor clattered to the ground. Chen's down, Miller yelled, pivoting to cover his fallen comrade. He's unresponsive. My heart leaped into my throat. It wasn't just physical incapacitation. It was a deeper, more insidious attack. I could feel the psionic pressure from the Elder Council focusing, like 1,000 needles pricking at the edges of my generator's shield. They weren't just attacking our minds. They were trying to sever our temporal tether to this moment, to unravel our very existence within the anomaly. They're targeting our temporal coherence, I screamed, the words burning in my throat. My generator is fighting it, but it's too much. They're trying to remove us from the timeline. Thorne reacted instantly. Fall back, concentrate fire, protect Emma and Davies. We cannot lose the disruptors. We began a slow, desperate retreat, pressing ourselves against the cavern wall nearest the exit fissure. Miller fired blasts of sonic energy, which seemed to buffet the figures, making them ripple and waver, but still not fall. They were ethereal, almost ghost-like, but their touch was terrifyingly real. Davies, his face slick with sweat, yelled, "Thorne, the anchor point is destabilizing. Core energy dropping. This is our window. But if we don't sever the link now, it could rupture explosively." "Do it, Davies," Thorne commanded, her voice raw with exertion as she parried a shadowy hand with the stock of her disruptor. The touch made her suit glow with an eerie light, and she grunted in pain, her body spasming slightly. Davies, with a surge of renewed effort, slammed a final control on his central disruptor unit. A high-pitched, sustained hum filled the cavern, overwhelming all other sounds. The emerald beams of light intensified, glowing with a desperate, furious energy. The giant blue crystal shrieked, a sound of pure agony and defiance, as if a living entity was being torn apart. Its light pulsed one last, blinding time, then dimmed, flickering wildly. Cracks, radiating outwards like spiderwebs, began to spread across its impossibly smooth surface. Then, with a sound like 1,000 panes of glass shattering simultaneously, the emerald beam struck the heart of the crystal's energy. There was a blinding flash, a concussive force that threw us all backwards, slamming us against the cavern walls. The world went white, then dark. When my vision cleared, I was sprawled on the cold, damp rock, my head ringing, my ears aching. The cavern was silent. The terrifying shriek of the crystal was gone. The oppressive, ancient hum had vanished. The whispers had ceased. And the blue light, the blinding, ethereal blue light of the anchor point, was gone. In its place stood a jagged, inert husk of what had once been the colossal crystal. It was dull gray, lifeless, devoid of any inner glow. It looked like a dead thing, an ancient monument stripped of its power. The elder council figures were also gone. They had vanished without a trace, melting back into the shadows and fissures from which they had emerged. Only the cold, empty silence remained. "Davies Thorne Miller," I called out, my voice hoarse, pushing myself up, my body aching. My amnesiac counterfield generator on my wrist was now dark, silent. It had done its job. "Emma, here," Thorne's voice, weak but resolute, came from a few feet away. She was slowly pushing herself up, her face grimy, one arm cradled to her chest. "Davies, report." "Link severed," Davies rasped, crawling towards his disruptor units, which were now sparking and smoking, their job done. Temporal field should be collapsing. Psionic field gone. He looked utterly exhausted, but a grim satisfaction touched his lips. "Chen," Miller's voice, urgent, came from where the agent had fallen. He was kneeling beside Chen, trying to rouse him. He's still unresponsive. His eyes are darting around. He's not here. My heart sank. The Elder Council's attack had taken its toll. Chen was alive, but his mind, his temporal coherence had been shattered. He was lost in the timeline, a prisoner of the psionic assault. "No time, Miller," Thorne said, her voice filled with a desperate pragmatism. "We have to go. The temporal collapse will be localized at first, but we don't know how far or how fast it will spread. We need to reach the extraction point before Oakhaven unravels around us." Miller looked torn, but he nodded, shouldering his weapon. He gently laid Chen down, taking a moment to adjust his fallen comrade's head. "We'll come back for him," he murmured, a promise in his voice. "Let's move," Thorne urged, leading the way towards the entrance fissure. "Emma, lead the way out. You know this path better than any of us. Davies, monitor the temporal flux. Miller, cover our rear." We began our ascent, a desperate, urgent climb out of the dying mine. The air felt different now. Still cold, still metallic, but the oppressive weight was gone. It was just an old mine, filled with the echo of forgotten horrors. As we reached the upper levels of the shaft, the silence of the mine was replaced by a new, unsettling sound. A low, persistent rumble, vibrating through the earth. It wasn't the hum of the crystal, it was the groan of the world outside, reacting to the profound disruption we had caused. "Temporal flux intensifying," Davies reported, his voice tight. "The outer field is breaking down. Oakhaven is returning to normal time, rapidly. We need to be clear of the valley before the full cascade," Thorne stated, pushing ahead, her pace surprisingly swift despite her injury. We burst out of the mine shaft into the pre-dawn air. The forest was no longer frozen. The trees swayed in a gentle breeze, leaves rustling softly. Birds chirped in the distance, and the moon, no longer a sliver, was a waning crescent, its light paling against the encroaching dawn. The world was moving again. But it was a world in chaos. From our vantage point on the hillside, we could see Oakhaven spread out below us. It was no longer the peaceful, picturesque town of the temporal loop. Buildings shimmered, briefly dissolving into faint outlines before solidifying again. Roads twisted and buckled as if time itself was physically churning beneath them. The perfect, pristine houses warped, their paint peeling, windows cracking, as decades of natural decay slammed into them all at once. The most horrifying sight, however, was the people. The townsfolk, who had been frozen in their timeless existence, were now caught in the terrifying vortex of collapsing time. They weren't just moving, they were thrashing, screaming, their bodies flickering through different states of being. A woman pushing a stroller suddenly aged decades, her hair turning white, her skin wrinkling, before snapping back to her original appearance, then flickering to an adolescent version of herself. A car driving down Main Street rusted and fell apart in an instant, its occupants disappearing into dust, only to reappear moments later, confused and terrified. The screams were deafening, echoing up the valley, not just screams of physical terror, but of profound mental anguish, of memories flooding back, of 1,000 years of lived experience crashing into their minds all at once. The amnesiac field, it's gone, I whispered, horrified, my hand flying to my mouth. They're remembering everything, all at once. That's the risk, Thorne said grimly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding catastrophe below. The suppressed memories, the accumulated temporal dissonance, it's overwhelming their minds, and the physical environment is struggling to reconcile centuries of suspended decay. Director Reed was right, Davies muttered, his face pale. This is a temporal cascade. We just opened a Pandora's box. The screams of the townsfolk were unbearable. People were clutching their heads, falling to their knees, writhing on the ground. Some simply stared blankly, their minds shattered by the onslaught of impossible truths. Others ran wildly, only to collide with an unseen temporal barrier or phase through a solid object. We need to get out of here now, Miller yelled, his voice strained. The instability is radiating outwards. A tremor shook the ground beneath us, stronger this time. Trees swayed violently. The very air around us crackled with raw temporal energy. Our suits, though designed to protect us, struggled against the increasing flux. Extraction team is en route, Thorne barked into her comms. ETA 5 minutes. Move, team, move. We scrambled through the forest, the terrifying sounds of Oakhaven echoing behind us. The trees themselves seemed to writhe, their branches blurring as they cycled through growth and decay. The air grew thick with a metallic tang, and my stomach churned with temporal sickness. The van was waiting in the same clearing, but the scene was different. 2 TARU agents were struggling to hold a large, glowing temporal field generator in place, its hum now a strained, desperate whine. The clearing itself seemed to flicker, solid ground momentarily dissolving into hazy unreality. Get in now," one of the agents yelled, waving us towards the van. We piled into the vehicle, Thorne, Davies, Miller, and myself, leaving behind the chaos of Oakhaven and the fallen Agent Chen. As the door hissed shut, I caught a final glimpse of the valley. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows over a town caught in a maelstrom of temporal collapse. The once picturesque homes were now crumbling husks, the people screaming spectral figures, flickering between existence and oblivion. It was a vision of hell. The van sped away, the specialized field generators struggling to maintain a bubble of stable time around us. Inside, the screens flickered with increasingly dire warnings. The temporal wave is propagating faster than anticipated, a tech agent inside the van reported, his fingers flying across a console. Estimated full valley collapse in T-10 minutes. Regional temporal anomalies expected within the hour. Director Reed, this is Thorne, Thorne said into her comms, her voice tight with strain. Anchor point neutralized. Oak Haven is in full temporal cascade. Regional instability is a high probability. Agent Chen is down, temporarily lost, requesting immediate rescue and containment protocols for the valley. Reed's voice crackled back, grim and resolute. Understood, Thorn. Commence regional stabilization protocols immediately. Project Kronos is being activated. Containment teams are already mobilizing for Oak Haven. Your team is to proceed directly to medical and debriefing. We knew the risks, Thorn. You did your duty. Emma, are you with them? I'm here, Director, I replied, my voice trembling. Emma, Reed said, his voice softening slightly. I understand what you've witnessed. It's horrific, but you did what needed to be done. You are safe, and you have given us the chance to prevent this from spreading. His words were meant to be reassuring, but the image of the screaming, flickering townsfolk was burned into my mind. I had helped to unleash this, even if it was a necessary evil. The ethical dilemma Thorn had spoken of now felt like a brutal reality, a choice between a contained horror and a widespread disaster. We had chosen the latter, hoping it would lead to a better future, but the present was a nightmare. The journey back to the facility was a blur. My body was racked with exhaustion, my mind still reeling from the psychic assault and the terrifying sight of Oak Haven's demise. I felt immense guilt, a crushing weight of responsibility for the suffering below, even as I understood the necessity of our actions. Upon arrival at the secure facility, we were immediately whisked away for medical attention. My injuries were minor, mostly bruises and temporal sickness, but the psychological toll was immense. Dr. Eris, the kind doctor from my initial debriefing, was there, her eyes filled with sympathy as she examined me. You've been through a tremendous ordeal, Emma, she said gently, her voice calm and soothing. Rest is paramount. Your mind needs time to process this. We'll be here to help you every step of the way. Over the next few days, the facility buzzed with activity. The containment of Oak Haven became TARU's top priority. Project Kronos, a massive undertaking involving multiple temporal stabilization arrays, was activated. Teams of agents were deployed around the Oak Haven Valley, setting up intricate grids of technology designed to isolate the temporal cascade, to prevent it from infecting the wider timeline. Thorn and Davies, though injured and exhausted, were quickly back in action, leading the debriefings, analyzing the data, and coordinating the containment efforts. I learned that Agent Chen was still alive, but in a deep coma, his consciousness lost in the temporal flux. They were working on a way to retrieve him, but it was a long shot. I spent my time in recovery, grappling with the trauma. The images of Oak Haven's collapse haunted my sleep. I questioned our actions, the brutal practicality of sacrificing one town for the sake of the many. But then I would remember the crystal, the wooden birds, the child's cage, the horror they had maintained, the lives they had stolen for centuries, and the resolve would return. We had ended that specific nightmare, even if the transition was agonizing. Director Reed visited me again, a week after the mission. The weariness in his eyes was deeper, but his resolve remained unwavering. The containment is holding, Emma, he announced, a faint glimmer of relief in his voice. The temporal cascade has been confined to the Oak Haven Valley. It's a maelstrom in there, a chaotic storm of time, but it's not spreading. What about the people? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Will they stabilize? He shook his head slowly. No, not in any recognizable way. Their memories are irrevocably shattered, their temporal selves fragmented. We are designating Oak Haven a no-go zone, a contained temporal anomaly, a wound in time that we must simply monitor. We couldn't save them from the collapse, not without risking far greater devastation. He paused, looking directly at me. It was a painful but necessary decision, Emma. You were integral in giving us the chance to make it localized. I clenched my fists, the bitter taste of that truth in my mouth. My small, quiet town, the place I had called home, was now a temporal graveyard, a monument to a forgotten horror and a desperate intervention. The knowledge was a heavy burden. What about the Elder Council? I asked. They just vanished. Reed leaned forward. We've analyzed the residual energy signatures. They didn't simply disappear. They appear to have a unique ability to phase out of our dimension, or perhaps into a localized pocket dimension linked to the anchor point. When the anchor point was disrupted, they retreated. We believe they are connected to it, intimately. They are the guardians, the ones who draw power from its presence. So they're still out there, I said, a cold dread creeping in. They could return. They could find another anchor point. Reed nodded slowly. That is our greatest concern. Their escape, while expected, means the threat isn't fully neutralized. We are prioritizing intelligence, gathering on their capabilities and their origins. We believe they may be ancient, possibly extra-dimensional entities themselves, capable of establishing new anchor points. They are not human, not in the way we understand it. Their connection to the crystal, their immunity to the psionic fields, their ability to phase, they are something far more complex and dangerous. This revelation shifted my understanding of the Oakhaven horror. It wasn't just a group of evil humans, it was a deeper, more profound threat. The Elder Council was not merely a cult, they were possibly parasitic beings, using humanity as a resource to maintain their own existence or to power their own agenda. So what's next for me? I asked, feeling a strange mix of fear and determination. Do I go back to normal life? Reed looked at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Emma, you are no longer normal. You have experienced realities few humans ever comprehend. You've seen behind the veil. You've faced a temporal entity and lived. You have unique insights, unique resilience, and a profound understanding of these phenomena. You are also now a target if the Elder Council were ever to resurface and attempt to reconstruct their network. He paused, then continued, his voice softening. We could offer you protective custody, a new identity, a quiet life far from all of this, but I have a feeling that wouldn't be enough for you. You've chosen to be part of this, Emma. You chose to fight. We need people like you. My mind went back to the quiet life in Oakhaven, the books, the routine, the comfortable oblivion. It felt impossibly distant now, a dream I had woken from. The world I now knew, the hidden world of anomalies and unseen dangers, was terrifying, but it was also real, and I had a place in it. I want to stay, I said, the words firm and clear. I want to help you find them. I want to stop them from ever doing this again. I want to understand. I want to fight. A faint smile touched Reed's lips. Good, we're glad to hear it. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We need to analyze the data from Oakhaven, piece together the Elder Council's history, and develop strategies to track them. And for that, your insights will continue to be invaluable. Over the next several months, my life at TARU solidified. I formally joined the organization as a temporal anomaly analyst, a hybrid role that utilized my research skills and my unique experiences. My training intensified, moving beyond basic field operative skills to specialized courses in temporal mechanics, psionic theory, and anomalous entity tracking. Thorne and Davies remained my primary mentors, their respect for my abilities growing with each passing week. I worked closely with various research teams, poring over fragments of ancient texts that Tau had collected, searching for any mention of the Elder Council, of entities that manipulated time and sacrificed life force. We cross-referenced geological surveys, historical disappearances, and local legends from around the globe, looking for patterns for other potential anchor points. The scope of their potential influence was terrifying. The small wooden bird, the one I had taken from the mine, became a central object of study. Its residual energy signatures provided invaluable data about the anchor point and the transfer of life force. We discovered that the wood itself acted as a kind of organic memory chip, holding fragments of the sacrificed individual's psychic echoes. It was a chilling realization, turning the bird from a mere conduit into a morbid archive. We hoped to find a way to access these echoes, to understand the Elder Council's victims, and perhaps even to gain clues about their identity. My resistance to psionic fields also became a subject of intense research. Dr. Eris and her team ran countless tests, trying to understand the neurological and psychological factors that allowed me to maintain my consciousness and memory where others would fall. They hypothesized that it was a combination of inherent mental fortitude, a deep-seated rejection of deception, and perhaps even a dormant psionic sensitivity that had been awakened by my prolonged exposure to Oakhaven's anomaly. They began to train me to enhance this ability, to actively project a psychic shield, to be an early warning system, and even a counterforce against psionic attacks. It was a slow, arduous process, but I was determined. One afternoon, I was in the archives, a vast, climate-controlled vault filled with millions of documents, digital records, and strange artifacts. I was researching ancient myths of immortal, cloaked figures, trying to find any cultural equivalent to the Elder Council. My screen glowed with arcane symbols and forgotten languages. Suddenly, a notification flashed on my personal TARU comms device. It was from Thorn, urgent, director's office, now. My heart hammered. Such messages were rare, reserved for critical developments. I closed my research and quickly made my way to Director Reed's office. Thorn and Davies were already there, their faces grim. Reed stood before a holographic display, which showed a complex map of the globe, overlaid with various energy readings. "Nema, thank you for coming quickly," Reed said, his voice unusually strained. "We have a new development." He gestured to the holographic map. For months, our long-range temporal sensors have been monitoring subtle energy fluctuations around the globe, looking for patterns consistent with the Oakhaven anchor point signature. They've been faint, easily dismissed as background noise. A specific region on the map, a remote, mountainous area in Eastern Europe, began to flash red. "Just an hour ago," Thorn explained, her voice tight, "the readings from this location spiked. Dramatically. We're seeing an exact match for the psionic and temporal energy signature of the Oakhaven anchor point prior to its neutralization." My breath caught in my throat. "Another one," I whispered, the words barely audible. Reed nodded grimly. "Another anchor point. It appears the Elder Council has activated a new one. This one is in a secluded valley known locally as Viridian Glen, a small, isolated community much like Oakhaven. Local reports of unusual prosperity, strange local traditions, and a distinct lack of communication with the outside world have been noted for centuries, but were always dismissed as quaint folklore." Davies, always the most attuned to the psionic aspects, added, "Our initial scans indicate the psionic field around Viridian Glen is already active. It's a low-level amnesiac field, similar to oak havens, but it's growing in strength. They are already establishing their system. They've been planning this, Emma, Thorne concluded, her eyes burning with resolve. They escaped Oak Haven, and now they're restarting their operation in a new location. We can't let them establish another centuries-long parasitic link. The implications were horrifying. The Elder Council wasn't just a localized problem, they were a systemic threat. They harvested human lives, using them to power their strange temporal anchors, and when one was compromised, they simply moved to another. "What's the plan?" I asked, my voice steady despite the tremor of fear and anger running through me. Reed turned from the map, his gaze sweeping over each of us. "We are not waiting this time. We are initiating a full-scale intervention, a rapid deployment. We will neutralize this new anchor point before it can fully entrench itself. We will attempt to capture or permanently disable the Elder Council figures. This is our chance to stop them, once and for all." He paused, then looked directly at me. "Emma, you are the only one with direct experience of an active anchor point and direct exposure to the Elder Council's psionic attacks. Your mental resilience, your understanding of their tactics, and your ability to detect their influence will be invaluable. You will be part of the advance team." A wave of dread washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by a surge of grim determination. This was what I had trained for, what I had committed to. This was a chance to prevent another Oak Haven. "I'm ready," I said, my voice firm. Thorne nodded, a look of fierce resolve on her face. Davies gave me a reassuring, albeit weary, smile. The preparations were swift and intense. This time we had more information, better equipment, and a clearer understanding of the enemy. The team was larger, composed of TARU's most experienced field agents, specialists in temporal combat, psionic countermeasures, and entity containment. I was given a more advanced version of my amnesiac counterfield generator, along with a helmet-mounted psionic scanner that would give me real-time feedback on the Council's mental attacks. My self-defense training had progressed significantly, and I felt more confident in my ability to defend myself in a skirmish. But my primary role remained unchanged: early warning, psionic shield, and tactical intelligence. The insertion point was even more remote than Oak Haven's. We traveled by specialized stealth aircraft to a mountain range bordering Viridian Glen, then proceeded on foot, moving through dense, ancient forests. The journey was long and arduous, but the tension in the air, the shared sense of purpose, kept us focused. As we neared Viridian Glen, the familiar, unsettling shift in the air began. The subtle draining of sound and movement, the feeling of the world slowing down, entering the temporal freeze. But this time, our advanced suits hummed with their own more powerful temporal generators, allowing us to move seamlessly through the anomaly. The town of Viridian Glen, nestled in the valley below, was bathed in the strange, static light of the nascent slumber. It was a smaller town than Oak Haven, more quaint, but the underlying horror was the same. Our reconnaissance teams had pinpointed the location of the new anchor point, a cave system high in the mountains above Viridian Glen, known locally as the Whispering Caves. The name sent a shiver down my spine, echoing the whispers of the Oak Haven crystal. We approached the cave system under the cover of a moonless night, our night vision goggles cutting through the oppressive darkness. The entrance was a narrow crack in the rock face, hidden by thick overgrowth. Unlike Blackwood Mine, there was no hand-painted sign, no visible warning, only a faint, ethereal blue glow emanating from within. "Anchor point confirmed," Thorn whispered into her comms, her voice tight with anticipation. Psionic field active. Emma, what are your readings? I focused my new psionic scanner humming softly against my temple. Low-level amnesiac field detected, Thorn. It's weak, but definitely present. And I'm picking up faint psychic echoes, residual emotion. Not as strong as Oakhaven yet, but it's growing. Good, Reed's voice crackled through the comms from our command center, miles away. The window for a clean strike is now. Davies Miller, you're with Thorn on the breach team. Emma, Chen's replacement, Agent Reyes, and I will be providing strategic support and psionic countermeasures from the second wave. Your primary objective is to reach the anchor point, deploy the disruptors, and contain the Elder Council. Non-lethal force is preferred, but eliminate any threat to the mission. The team moved silently into the cave system. The air was cold, damp, and carried that familiar, metallic, musky scent. The blue glow from deeper within intensified with each step. As we descended, the whispers began, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. But this time, with my enhanced psionic training and my new equipment, I could filter them, categorize them. They were echoes of fear, confusion, and a strange, mournful resignation. The initial sacrifices. Whispers detected, Thorn, I reported, my voice steady. The anchor point is active, feeding. It's drawing energy. I can feel the life force. Understood, Thorn replied, her gaze fixed on the glowing path ahead. Keep us shielded, Emma. My amnesiac counterfield generator pulsed brightly, creating a mental bubble around our advanced team. I could feel the whispers trying to pierce it, trying to sow confusion, but my training held firm. I was a wall against their insidious influence. We rounded a final bend, and the main cavern opened up before us. It was strikingly similar to Oakhaven's mine, yet subtly different. The cavern was smaller, more intimate, dominated by a towering blue crystal that pulsed with a vibrant, raw energy. Around its base, the crude stone altars were already in place, but this time there were fewer wooden birds, only a handful, gleaming with fresh, raw energy. And at the base of the crystal, in a smaller, less rusted cage than Oakhaven's, was a child. A young girl, perhaps no older than 6, curled into a fetal position, her small body trembling, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the glowing crystal. Her face was smudged with dirt and tears, but she was alive. My breath hitched. The horror was immediate, visceral. Not a decaying relic from centuries past, but a living, breathing sacrifice trapped in the chilling blue light. The Elder Council had only just begun. This was fresh. This was now. Target sighted, Thorn's voice was clipped, full of a fierce urgency. Davies deployed disruptors. Miller provide cover. But as Davies and Miller moved forward, their weapons raised, a new element appeared. Not from the fissures, but from the shadows within the cavern itself. 2 cloaked figures, only 2, but their presence was immense, radiating an ancient, cold power that was palpable. They stood utterly still, their hooded heads tilted, their dark, empty eye sockets fixed on us. The Elder Council identified, I stated, my psionic scanner flaring red. 2 entities, highly concentrated psionic signature. They're projecting extreme psionic pressure. It's a directed attack, not just ambient. The pressure slammed into my mind, a wave of pure, concentrated oblivion, far more potent than the initial assault at Oakhaven. It felt like being immersed in a sea of ice, every thought, every memory threatening to freeze and shatter. My counterfield generator screamed, fighting against the overwhelming force. its light flickering wildly. "They're actively targeting us," Thorn yelled, her voice strained. "Emma, hold. Davies, Miller, move." But the psionic force was too strong, too sudden. Even through my reinforced shield, I felt a terrifying vulnerability. A crack opened in my mental defenses, and a chilling thought, foreign and alien, slipped through. Forget your purpose. Forget your mission. Forget yourself. I gasped, stumbling, clutching my head. The faces of Thorn, Davies, and Miller wavered, threatening to dissolve into an indistinct blur. This was the raw, undiluted power of the Elder Council, directed by conscious will, not less of conscious will, not just ambient. "They're actively targeting us," Thorn yelled, her voice strained. "Emma, hold. Davies, Miller, move." But the psionic force was too strong, too sudden. Even through my reinforced shield, I felt a terrifying vulnerability. A crack opened in my mental defenses, and a chilling thought, foreign and alien, slipped through. Forget your purpose. Forget your mission. Forget yourself. I gasped, stumbling, clutching my head. The faces of Thorn, Davies, and Miller wavered, threatening to dissolve into an indistinct blur. This was the raw, undiluted power of the Elder Council, directed by conscious will, not the lingering echo of an ancient horror. It was intelligent, malicious, and devastatingly effective. My enhanced counterfield generator whined, its green light flickering erratically, barely holding the line. The psychic whispers intensified, morphing from mournful echoes into vicious, mocking taunts, trying to pry open the crack in my mind. Images flashed through my mind. Mrs. Gable's vacant stare, the silent townsfolk of Oakhaven, the terrifying darkness of the mine. My own memories, my very identity, felt under assault. "Emma, fight it," Thorn's voice cut through the mental static, raw with urgency. She moved instinctively, positioning herself partially in front of me, her own disruptor raised, trying to draw the council's attention. But their focus remained on me, the psionic shield. Davies, despite the psychic pressure, was already moving with grim determination. He knew my role was critical, and if my shield fell, they would all be vulnerable. He began setting up his disruptors, fumbling slightly with the tripod legs as the psionic waves battered him. Miller, ever vigilant, was covering him, his disruptor aimed at the two cloaked figures. "Impact!" Miller shouted, firing a concentrated blast of sonic energy at one of the Elder Council figures. The wave struck, and the figure shimmered, its shadowy form wavering like smoke. But it remained standing, its dark gaze still fixed on me. "It's not enough," I gasped, my knees threatening to buckle. "They're adapting. Their psionic attack is becoming localized, personal." A new wave of psychic energy slammed into me, not just a generalized pressure, but a precise surgical strike aimed at my most cherished memories, trying to erase my reasons for being here. I saw Oakhaven again, perfectly clear, but this time, every detail was inverted, twisted into a saccharine, false paradise. The children were happy, smiling, willingly going to the crystal. The horror was gone, replaced by a benign, comforting lie. "This is better, isn't it, Emma?" A voice, cold and ancient, whispered directly into my mind. "Peace. Oblivion, no pain, no struggle, just contentment." I shook my head violently, fighting against the illusion. "No," I choked out, pushing back with all my will. "It's a lie, it's a trick." "Emma, stay with us," Davies yelled, now wrestling with the second disruptor. He activated the first, and a single emerald beam shot out, striking the crystal. The crystal shrieked, a high-pitched wail of protest, and pulsed violently. This immediate feedback caused the Elder Council's psionic attack to falter. momentarily losing its focus as they reacted to the assault on their anchor. It was enough. The crack in my mind began to close. I gritted my teeth, pouring every ounce of my mental fortitude into reinforcing my shield, focusing on the terrified face of the little girl in the cage. She was real. Her fear was real. The horror was real. Shield reestablished, I shouted, my voice raw but clear. They are vulnerable when their anchor is attacked. Concentrate fire on the crystal. Thorn nodded, her face grim. Miller, engage the council. Keep them off Davies. Davies, get those disruptors fully online now. Miller immediately shifted his focus, unleashing a barrage of sonic pulses at the two cloaked figures. This time, with the anchor point drawing some of their attention, the attacks had a greater effect. The figures staggered, their shadowy forms flickering more violently, their ancient malice momentarily disrupted. They still didn't fall, but their psionic assault on me lessened, allowing my shield to stabilize fully. Davies, seizing the opportunity, quickly deployed and activated the second disruptor. Two emerald beams of focused energy now bore into the blue crystal, which shrieked with renewed fury, its light pulsating erratically, casting wild, dancing shadows across the cavern. The little girl in the cage let out a terrified sob, clutching her knees tighter. My heart ached for her. The Elder Council, sensing the growing threat to their anchor, changed tactics. Instead of a purely psionic assault, they began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, gliding towards Davies, their movements eerily silent, their cloaks billowing. They were no longer simply projecting. They were actively engaging, intent on stopping the disruptors. They're moving on Davies, Miller yelled, redirecting his fire, creating a barrage of sonic energy to intercept them. Thorn, her disruptor now aimed directly at the approaching figures, fired. The energy blast struck one of the figures, and it actually recoiled, its form momentarily dissolving into a wisp of shadow before reconstituting itself. It was a physical effect, a disruption of their corporeal presence. They're not invulnerable to direct energy, Thorn reported, pressing her attack. Keep hitting them, Miller. Try to isolate one. The cavern became a maelstrom of light and sound. The high-pitched whine of the disruptors, the agony-filled shriek of the crystal, the crackle of energy weapons, and my own internal battle to maintain the psionic shield. Loose rocks began to rain down from the ceiling as the cavern shuddered under the immense energetic strain. Core energy dropping, Davies shouted over the din, his voice tight with concentration as he monitored his readouts. The link is weakening, but they're getting closer. One of the Elder Council figures, despite Miller's relentless sonic assault, managed to weave through the energy blasts. It lunged towards Davies, its shadowy hand reaching out. Davies, look out, I yelled, pushing forward despite Thorn's command for me to maintain my position. My training kicked in, the self-defense maneuvers I had practiced countless times. I intercepted the figure, not with a weapon, but with a powerful two-handed shove, leveraging my momentum and the natural instability of the cavern floor. To my surprise, and perhaps theirs, the ethereal figure stumbled. Its shadowy form flickered violently, and it seemed to dissipate slightly, its physical coherence momentarily broken. It didn't fall, but it paused, its dark gaze seeming to pierce my very soul, a flicker of ancient surprise in its silent depths. This brief distraction was all Thorn needed. She unleashed a powerful, sustained energy blast, directly striking the faltering figure. With a guttural, non-vocal shriek that vibrated through the rock, the cloaked entity dissolved, not into shadow, but into a cloud of shimmering, dark particles that quickly faded into nothingness. "One down," Thorn yelled, a fierce triumph in her voice. "Miller, focus on the other one. Emma, get back to psionic defense." The remaining Elder Council figure, perhaps fueled by ancient rage or merely a primal instinct of self-preservation, intensified its attack. It moved with astonishing speed, a blur of shadow, evading Miller's disruptor fire and Thorn's energy blasts. It seemed to have learned from its partner's demise. This time it went straight for the disruptors, its shadowy hand extending to directly touch Davies' device. "It's going for the disruptors," Davies cried out, trying to physically shield his equipment. "No," I screamed, a new, desperate energy surging through me. My psionic shield flared brightly, but this time it wasn't just defensive. I focused my intent, remembering Davies' lessons on psionic resilience on pushing back. I projected a focused wave of mental force, a pure surge of repulsion, directly at the attacking Elder Council figure. It was an untrained, raw psionic push, but it caught the entity off guard. The cloaked figure shrieked, a sound like grinding stone, and was thrown back, slamming against the cavern wall. Its form flickered violently, struggling to maintain its coherence. Thorn and Miller immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing a combined volley of energy blasts and sonic pulses. The torrent of concentrated energy hammered the weakened entity. With one final, ear-splitting shriek, it exploded into a shower of dark, shimmering particles, just like its predecessor, leaving nothing but an acrid scent of ozone and something ancient and metallic. Silence descended upon the cavern, broken only by the continuous whine of Davies' disruptors boring into the crystal and the terrified whimpers of the little girl. "They're gone," Miller exclaimed, breathing heavily, his disruptor still smoking faintly. "Anchor point critically unstable," Davies shouted, his face white with exertion. "The link is almost severed, but the crystal itself is cracking." Indeed, the blue crystal was a spiderweb of radiating fissures, its light dimming, flickering like a dying ember. The high-pitched whine of the disruptors changed pitch, reaching a deafening crescendo. Then, with a sound like a titanic bell shattering, the crystal fractured. Not an explosion, but an implosion, as if its very essence collapsed inward. The emerald beams of light from the disruptors converged, meeting at the now empty heart of the crystal, then faded to nothing. The blue light was gone, the chilling hum was gone, the whispers were gone. The cavern was plunged into oppressive darkness, relieved only by our headlamps and the faint, reassuring glow of our suits. "It's done," Thorn whispered, her voice heavy with relief and exhaustion. "The anchor point is neutralized. The parasitic link is severed." Davies sagged against his equipment, utterly drained. Temporal field readings dropping, amnesiac field dissolved. Viridian Glen should be, returning to normal time. My eyes immediately went to the cage. The little girl, no longer bathed in the terrifying blue light, was still curled in a ball, trembling, her eyes wide with uncomprehending fear. "The child," I cried, rushing towards her. "Is she?" Thorn was right behind me. "Careful, Emma. We don't know the full effects of the energy field on her." I reached the cage. It was crudely fashioned, rusted iron bars. The door was latched with a simple, heavy hook. I fumbled with it, my hands shaking. "Her name is Alara," a voice crackled through our comms. It was Ray's from the second wave team, now closing in on our position. Our recon drones picked up village census data, 6 years old. vanished 2 days ago. Her parents are still in the valley, caught in the temporal freeze. I finally unhooked the latch and pulled open the small door. Ilara flinched, shrinking away from my outstretched hand, her eyes still clouded with terror. "It's okay, Ilara," I said softly, my voice filled with a tenderness I hadn't known I possessed. "You're safe now. We're here to help you." She didn't respond, just continued to stare, her small body trembling uncontrollably. She was in shock, overwhelmed by what she had just endured. Her mind was likely a blank slate of fear and confusion. "We need to get her out of here," Thorne said, her voice gentle as she reached for her medical kit. "And fast. The temporal cascade will be hitting the valley any moment. Agent Reyes, what's your ETA?" "5 minutes to your position, Thorne," Reyes replied. "Second wave is bringing a localized temporal stabilization unit. We'll establish a safe perimeter for extraction." Suddenly, the cavern shuddered violently, not like the earlier energetic tremors, but a deep, rolling quake that threatened to bring the entire cave system down. Rocks rained down from the ceiling with alarming frequency. "The structural integrity of the cavern is compromised," Miller yelled. "The collapse of the anchor point is destabilizing the mountain." "We have to move," Thorne ordered, her voice cutting through the new sounds of destruction. "Emma, can you carry her? Davies, Miller, clear a path. Reyes, we need that stabilization unit now." I gently scooped up Ilara. She was surprisingly light, her small body rigid with fear. She didn't cling to me, didn't resist, just stared blankly, a silent, traumatized doll. We began our desperate ascent, scrambling over loose rock, dodging falling debris. The rhythmic thud of collapsing rock grew louder, closer. The air filled with dust and the acrid smell of ozone. "Temporal field collapsing in Viridian Glen," Davies reported, his voice strained. "We're seeing early-stage cascade effects in the valley. The containment teams are deploying, but it's going to be chaotic." As we neared the cave entrance, the blue glow of dawn began to penetrate the darkness, filtering through the thick overgrowth. But it wasn't a peaceful dawn. The light shimmered erratically, twisting, revealing glimpses of a world violently churning. We burst out of the cave just as a massive section of the mountain above us began to crumble, sending an avalanche of rock and earth cascading down, obliterating the cave entrance we had just used. We scrambled clear, our suits shielding us from the impact of smaller debris. The sight that greeted us was a horrifying echo of Oak Haven. Viridian Glen, nestled in the valley below, was in chaos. Buildings shimmered, aged, then rebuilt themselves in an instant. Roads buckled and tore. The lush green fields surrounding the town flickered through seasons, from vibrant summer to barren winter in mere seconds. And the people, their screams were already rising, a chorus of terror and anguish as centuries of suppressed memories flooded their minds, as their temporal selves struggled to reconcile with the sudden, violent return of normal time. Some collapsed, their minds shattered. Others ran blindly, only to be caught in the temporal distortions, their bodies flickering into and out of existence. "It's worse than Oak Haven," Miller choked out, his eyes wide with horror as he watched the unfolding catastrophe below. "They just started building the amnesiac field, so the temporal dissonance shouldn't have been as profound." "No, Miller," Thorne corrected, her face grim. "It's different. Oak Haven's cascade was driven by centuries of accumulated temporal energy, a slow burn. Viridian Glens is a rapid, explosive reaction. The Elder Council activated this anchor point recently, but with a powerful surge aiming for rapid establishment. When it collapsed, that raw energy violently unraveled everything. Ilara, cradled in my arms, remained unresponsive, her eyes fixed on the chaos below. I tightened my hold on her, shielding her fragile form from the horrifying sight, though I knew her mind was already reeling from incomprehensible events. Just then, a sleek, armored TARU transport van, equipped with a large temporal stabilization unit mounted on its roof, roared into the clearing. Rays and a team of agents immediately disembarked, their faces grim, their weapons ready. "Advance team, move, get in the van," Rays shouted over the growing roar of the temporal maelstrom. "Containment perimeter is established, but the cascade is intense." We piled into the vehicle, Ilara still in my arms. As the heavy door hissed shut, isolating us from the horrific screams, I caught a final glimpse of Viridian Glen. It was a maelstrom of time, a vivid, violent canvas of despair. Inside the van, Rays immediately began to administer a fast-acting neural stabilizer to Ilara, a gentle sedative designed to protect her developing brain from the traumatic influx of information and the residual temporal sickness. She slowly relaxed in my arms, her eyes fluttering closed, her breathing evening out. "She's in shock," Rays explained, her touch gentle and professional, "but she'll recover. Her young mind is more resilient to this kind of trauma. Her memories of the cage, of the crystal, they may be fragmented, but they won't cause the full psychological collapse that the adults are experiencing." "What about the Elder Council?" I asked, my voice raw. "Are we sure they're truly gone?" Thorn shook her head, a weary sigh escaping her lips. Their energy signatures dissipated. They didn't phase out like at Oakhaven. It appears our direct energy weapons, combined with the initial psionic push, proved fatal this time. We caught them before they could fully entrench and fortify their connection to the new anchor point. We destroyed their physical avatars, or at least the forms they were manifesting in this dimension. Reed's voice crackled over the comms, a profound relief evident in his tone. "Thorn, excellent work. The containment teams are reporting success. The Viridian Glen cascade is localized. The immediate threat is neutralized. The Elder Council presence is gone. This is a significant victory." A victory, the word felt hollow as I looked down at the sleeping child in my arms. We had saved her, but at what cost? Another town, another entire community, lost to the temporal maelstrom. "Director," Davies interjected, "we need to conduct an immediate full sweep of the entire Viridian Glen area. The Elder Council's methods and origins are still largely unknown. What if there are other, hidden elements? What if these weren't the only two entities they manifested?" "Agreed, Davies," Reed replied. "That's already underway. Project Kronos is being adjusted for Viridian Glen. Containment and thorough investigation are paramount. But for now, your team has done enough. Return to base. You've earned a rest." The journey back to the TARU facility was quieter than the last. The initial shock and fear were replaced by a weary sense of accomplishment, mixed with the ever-present weight of the tragedy. Ilara slept soundly in my arms, her small, innocent face a stark contrast to the horrors we had just witnessed. Upon our return, we were once again ushered into medical. Ilara was taken by a specialized pediatric team, her recovery and psychological well-being becoming a top priority for TARU. I knew she would be given the best care, a chance at a normal life, something the children of Oakhaven would never have. My own debriefing with Dr. Eris was longer this time. She probed not just my physical state, but my mental and emotional resilience. I described the Elder Council's direct psionic assault, the terrifying illusion of Oakhaven's peace, and the sudden, instinctive psionic push I had unleashed. "This is fascinating, Emma," Dr. Eris said, her eyes alight with scientific curiosity despite the grim context. "Your latent psionic abilities are clearly developing. To actively project a repulsive field, even in an untrained state, against an entity of that power, it's remarkable. It suggests a deeper connection to these energies than we initially thought." She then looked at me with more personal concern. "But it also comes with immense risks. Your mind is a weapon, but also a target. We need to train you properly to give you control, or you risk burning yourself out, or worse, succumbing to feedback yourself." I nodded, feeling the truth of her words. The thrill of having pushed back against the Elder Council was exhilarating, but the memory of the crack in my mental shield, the insidious voice in my head, was a stark reminder of how close I had come to breaking. Over the next few weeks, as Viridian Glen became another contained temporal anomaly, a twin to Oakhaven in its tragic fate, my training intensified dramatically. Dr. Arison Davies, now working closely together, developed a rigorous psionic training regimen for me. It was grueling, pushing my mind and my willpower to their absolute limits. I learned to differentiate between various psionic frequencies, to filter out mental noise, and to actively project a defensive shield that was not just a passive barrier, but an active, adaptive counterforce. I learned to focus my intent, to channel my mental energy, to sense the presence of other psionic signatures, and even in controlled exercises, to exert subtle mental influence on inanimate objects. It was like learning a new sense, a new way of interacting with the world. Thorn continued my combat and tactical training, honing my ability to move and fight within anomalous zones, to use specialized equipment effectively, and to make split-second decisions under pressure. My role within TARU was clearly evolving. I was no longer just an analyst with unique insights. I was becoming a field operative, an anomaly specialist, a psionic countermeasure. Director Reed, while pleased with the success at Viridian Glen, remained cautious. "We've dealt a significant blow to the Elder Council," he stated during one of our strategic debriefings. "But we still don't know their true nature, their full numbers, or their ultimate goal. These two individuals we eliminated, were they avatars, proxies, or were they truly core members of the Council?" The question hung heavy in the air. We had destroyed their current manifestation, but had we truly destroyed them? Our research teams continued to analyze the remaining artifacts from Oakhaven and the new data from Viridian Glen. The small wooden birds, now in greater number from Oakhaven, still yielded chilling psychic echoes, fragments of the lives they had consumed. We were still trying to find a way to access these echoes more fully, hoping for clues. One breakthrough came from a detailed analysis of the residual energy signatures at Viridian Glen. We discovered a subtle, almost imperceptible temporal signature unique to the Elder Council, a faint trail left by their presence even after their physical forms were destroyed. It was incredibly difficult to detect, requiring advanced algorithms and constant monitoring of global temporal fluctuations, but it was there, a signature, a scent. "It's like finding a ghost's fingerprint," Davies explained during a technical briefing. "They don't just disappear, they leave a mark on the timeline itself. It's faint but consistent." This discovery was monumental. It meant we might be able to track them, to anticipate their next move, instead of simply reacting. Meanwhile, Ilara, the little girl from Viridian Glen, was slowly recovering. She was in a highly specialized TARU facility, cared for by a team of child psychologists and temporal specialists. Her memories of the cave, the crystal, the elder council were indeed fragmented, like a terrifying dream. She remembered a man in a dark cloak, a bright blue light, and feeling very, very scared. But the temporal stabilizers and neural therapy were helping her to reintegrate her experiences in a way that wouldn't shatter her developing psyche. She was learning to play again, to smile again, to be a child. I visited her regularly, forming a bond, seeing in her eyes a reflection of the innocent lives we were fighting to protect. Her survival was a constant reminder of our mission's true purpose. One evening, months after the Viridian Glen mission, I was in the main ops center, monitoring global temporal readings. The map of the world glowed faintly before me, showing countless minor temporal anomalies, the background noise of a complex reality. My psionic sensors were constantly active, sifting through the ambient psychic energies of the world. Suddenly, a series of alarms blared. Red indicators flared across the map, not in a single cluster, but in three distinct, widely separated locations: a remote desert region in North Africa, a deep jungle in Southeast Asia, and an isolated island chain in the Pacific. Multiple anchor point signatures detected. A frantic voice echoed through the ops center. Triple simultaneous activation. Energy readings are off the charts. Director Reed's voice, calm but urgent, cut through the din. Project Chronos to full alert. Global deployment protocols initiated. Thorne, Davies, Miller, Emma, get to my office now. My heart slammed against my ribs, three at once. They had learned. They were adapting, striking simultaneously, hoping to overwhelm TARU's response. This wasn't just a retaliatory strike, it was a coordinated offensive. They were not just parasitic entities, they were strategic. We rushed to Reed's office. He stood before a massive holographic display, the three red clusters pulsing ominously on the global map. Thorne, Davies, and Miller arrived almost simultaneously, their faces grim, already anticipating the gravity of the situation. "They've gone big," Thorne stated, her voice tight with disbelief. "Three new anchor points, simultaneous activation. They're trying to spread their influence globally to establish a network." Reed nodded, his jaw clenched. "Precisely. We underestimated their reach, their numbers, their capacity for coordinated action. These aren't just new locations. These are strategic points, chosen for their isolation and their proximity to vulnerable populations. They are attempting to create a global parasitic network." "The energy signatures are incredibly powerful," Davies added, scanning the data with alarming speed. "Each one is almost double the initial readings of Oakhaven. They're manifesting quickly, drawing immense energy. And their psionic fields are already active and rapidly expanding," I confirmed, my own internal sensors screaming at the sheer magnitude of the combined psionic assault on the world. Even from here, miles away, I could feel the distant echoes of the amnesiac fields, trying to subtly shift perception, trying to soften the minds of the people in those regions, to make them receptive. "This changes everything," Reed said, his gaze sweeping over each of us. "We no longer have the luxury of a localized response. We cannot afford to lose three populations to temporal cascades. The sheer energy released would be catastrophic for the wider timeline, destabilizing regions across the planet. We must neutralize all three anchor points, and we must do it simultaneously." My mind reeled. Neutralizing one anchor point was an immense undertaking, a near-suicidal mission. Three at once, in widely disparate locations, with limited resources and an unknown number of Elder Council entities at each site, it seemed impossible. How? Miller asked, voicing the unspoken question in all our minds. We don't have enough specialized teams, enough disruptors, enough everything for 3 simultaneous full-scale assaults. Reed turned to the holographic map, bringing up detailed topographical data for each of the 3 new sites. We don't, which means we need a new approach, a more audacious and infinitely more dangerous strategy. He paused, letting the silence build, letting the weight of his words sink in. We have identified a critical vulnerability in the Elder Council's network. While they can activate multiple anchor points, our analysis suggests that they are still drawing power from a singular, overarching source, a central nexus that binds them all. The master anchor point, I whispered, a chill running down my spine. Not a new anchor point in the traditional sense, Reed clarified. More like a control node, a focal point for their collective consciousness, a place where their true forms might reside, or where their primary temporal generator exists. Our long-range temporal sensors, combined with Emma's unique psionic resilience, have allowed us to pinpoint its approximate location. He zoomed in on the global map, a new, previously unmarked location appearing in a deep, isolated trench in the Pacific Ocean, a place known only to a handful of deep-sea researchers as the Challenger Deep Abyss, the deepest known point in Earth's seabed. The source of their power, Thorne murmured, her eyes wide, deep in the ocean, unreachable by conventional means. Precisely, Reed confirmed, and that is where we strike, not at the individual anchor points, but at the root of their entire network. If we can sever their connection to this central nexus, we believe it will cause a systemic collapse of all active anchor points, including the 3 new ones. It's a precision strike, a decapitation of their entire operation. But what if it doesn't work? Davies asked, his brow furrowed with concern. What if severing that nexus unleashes an even greater temporal cataclysm, a global cascade? That is the risk, Reed admitted, his gaze unwavering. But the alternative is to watch 3 new Oakhavens unfold, and potentially an entire planetary network of parasitic temporal anomalies. We have no other choice. This is our one chance to stop them before they become truly unstoppable. He looked at each of us in turn, his gaze stopping finally on me. This mission will require a level of precision, of psionic control, and of sheer courage, unlike anything we've attempted before. The pressure at that depth is immense, the environment hostile, and we anticipate an Elder Council presence far greater and more powerful than anything we've faced. This will be a direct confrontation with the core of their power. Who's on the team? Thorne asked, her voice steady, already preparing herself for the impossible. Reed brought up a new screen, showing the profiles of the chosen operatives. It was a smaller team than even Veridian Glen. Thorne, Davies, Miller, and myself. A small, elite group. Us, he said simply, and Agent Reyes for his advanced temporal stabilization expertise. We need minimal footprint, maximum impact. You 4 have proven yourselves capable of operating under extreme pressure, of adapting to unexpected threats, and of working together seamlessly. And Emma, your unique psionic abilities will be the key to this entire operation. My stomach tightened, but a fierce resolve hardened my gaze. The Challenger Deep Abyss, a direct assault on the heart of the Elder Council's power. This was it. The culmination of everything I had learned, everything I had endured. My psionic training has been focused on defense and repulsion, I said, my voice steady. How will that help us sever a central nexus? Reed nodded. We believe the central nexus is primarily a psionic construct, a massive focal point for their collective consciousness and their temporal manipulations. Standard disruptors may not be effective. We need a psionic counterfrequency, a focused mental attack of immense power to overload and shatter it. And you, Emma, are the only one with the raw psionic potential and the developing control to achieve it. He projected a complex diagram of a specialized device, unlike anything I had seen. It was a highly advanced psionic amplifier, designed to channel and magnify a user's mental energy into a devastating, focused burst. This device, Reed continued, gesturing to the holographic projection, will augment your psionic abilities, allowing you to generate the necessary counterfrequency. But it will require every ounce of your mental fortitude, your training, and your absolute focus. It will be incredibly dangerous. The feedback could be catastrophic. I looked at the device, then at Reed, Thorne, and Davies. They were placing the fate of the world on my shoulders, on an ability I was still learning to fully control. The responsibility was immense, terrifying. But then I thought of Allura, her small, trusting hand in mine. I thought of the countless children of Oakhaven, silenced for centuries. I thought of the flickering, screaming people of Viridian Glen, caught in an unending temporal agony. Not again, the thought burned in my mind, resolute and clear. I'll do it, I said, my voice firm, unwavering. I'm ready. The preparations for the Challenger Deep mission were unlike anything before. The specialized submersibles, designed to withstand the crushing pressures of the abyss, were equipped with advanced temporal field generators, psionic dampeners, and stealth capabilities. Every piece of equipment was meticulously tested, every contingency planned for. My psionic training reached a fever pitch. Dr. Aris pushed me harder than ever, putting me through simulated scenarios of extreme psionic feedback, teaching me how to channel my energy, to maintain focus under unimaginable pressure, and to prepare for the massive mental strain of using the amplifier. Davies worked closely with me, helping me fine-tune my internal shields, teaching me advanced meditation techniques to clear my mind and enhance my mental acuity. The psionic amplifier itself was a marvel of TARU engineering. It was a helmet-like device, integrated with a full-body suit, designed to interface directly with my neural pathways. It hummed with latent energy, waiting to channel the power of my mind. During our final mission briefing, Director Reed's face was etched with the gravity of the mission. This is it, team. The fate of potentially billions of lives rests on your shoulders. There will be no second chances. You go down to the Challenger Deep, you find that nexus, and Emma, you sever it. Thorne, you will lead the submersible. Davies, you will protect Emma and monitor the psionic amplifier. Miller and Reyes, you will provide tactical support and engage any Elder Council entities that appear. Success is the only option. The journey to the Challenger Deep was long and tense. The TARU research vessel, disguised as a deep-sea exploration ship, cut silently through the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Below us lay an alien world of crushing pressure and eternal darkness, a place where few human eyes had ever gazed. As we reached the coordinates, the ocean became a chaotic canvas of temporal anomalies. The surrounding waters shimmered, currents twisted into impossible forms, and distant seismic activity registered as temporal ripples. This was the influence of the Elder Council's nexus, radiating outward, subtly affecting the very fabric of time and space in its vicinity. Temporal readings off the charts, Thorn reported from the submersible's command chair, her voice calm despite the flickering readouts. Psionic signatures detected, faint but growing. It's down there. We boarded the specialized submersible, a sleek black vessel designed for stealth and extreme depth. The hatch sealed with a heavy clang, and the descent began. The lights of the vessel pierced the inky blackness, revealing strange, bioluminescent creatures floating by, utterly alien to the surface world. The pressure outside became immense, thousands of times greater than at sea level. The submersible groaned, its reinforced hull holding firm. Inside, the atmosphere. The submersible groaned, its reinforced hull holding firm. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with a nervous silence, punctuated only by the hum of machinery and Thorn's calm commands. The lights of the vessel, powerful as they were, struggled against the inky blackness, revealing only glimpses of the abyssal world outside. Strange, bioluminescent creatures, utterly alien to the surface world, drifted by the viewport like spectral lanterns in the eternal night. Pressure holding at optimal parameters, Thorn reported, her voice steady, her eyes darting between the myriad displays. Deep-sea temporal dampeners are active, compensating for the localized temporal distortions. We're passing through the 8,000-meter mark. Davies sat next to me, his gaze fixed on the psionic scanner. Readings are intensifying, Emma. Faint at first, but now they're like distant thunder. The mental static is growing. I closed my eyes, focusing inward. Even without the scanner, I could feel it. A pervasive, insidious hum, a vast, ancient consciousness stirring in the depths. It wasn't a direct attack yet, but a subtle, generalized pressure, like being at the bottom of a psychic ocean. My own internal shields, honed through months of relentless training, automatically flared, pushing back against the subtle intrusion. Miller and Reyes sat across from us, their weapon systems green and ready, their faces grim under the dim ambient light. They were specialists in temporal combat and stabilization, but this environment was new, even for them. The very thought of engaging an Elder Council entity in a crushing, lightless abyss was daunting. Approaching estimated Nexus coordinates, Thorn announced, her voice tightening slightly. Stealth protocols engaged, reducing light output to minimum. The submersible plunged into near-total darkness, only the faint glow of our consoles and the green lights of our suits illuminating the cabin. The pressure outside became a palpable force, a silent, titanic squeeze. I could almost hear the hull straining, groaning in protest. Then the viewport, usually a window into nothingness, began to show a faint, ethereal glow. It wasn't bioluminescence, it was something else, something impossible. "What is that?" Miller whispered, leaning forward. Thorn initiated an external scan. Images resolved on her main screen, filtered through various spectrums. It was a massive structure, not of rock or metal, but of pure energy. A colossal, multifaceted crystal, pulsing with a deep, internal violet light embedded directly into the seabed. It was immense, easily dwarfing the submersible, stretching upwards into the unseen abyss like a silent, ancient mountain. "The Nexus," Davies breathed, his voice laced with awe and dread. "It's far larger than anything we anticipated, a physical manifestation of their collective consciousness. And it's emitting a temporal signature that's off the charts. It's a literal anchor, binding reality itself." My psionic scanner screamed. Red lines crisscrossed the display, indicating an energy output unlike anything I had ever witnessed. "The psionic field, it's a living thing," I gasped, clutching my head. "It's not just a field, it's a consciousness. Millions of them. Ancient, overwhelming." The violet light of the nexus pulsed, a slow, rhythmic beat that resonated not just through the submersible, but through my very bones. I could feel its tendrils reaching out, seeking, probing. This was the source of their power, the heart of the Elder Council. Suddenly, the submersible shuddered violently. An alarm blared. "Impact," Thorn yelled, wrestling with the controls. "Something just hit us. Shields are holding, but barely." Through the viewport, for a terrifying second, I saw it. A colossal shadow, impossibly vast, moving with unnatural speed through the crushing depths. It was serpentine, with countless limbs and eyes, hundreds of them glowing with malevolent intelligence, fixed on our tiny vessel. It wasn't a biological creature. It was a manifestation, a construct of the abyss and the Elder Council's will. "Elder Council manifestation," Davies shouted, his psionic scanner flickering wildly. "Multiple entities. It's a composite entity, a guardian." "Miller, raise, engage," Thorn commanded, her voice like steel. "Hold it off. Davies, prep Emma for Nexus engagement." Miller and Rays immediately began firing the submersible's mounted energy weapons. Green beams of concentrated light sliced through the inky blackness, striking the colossal shadow. The creature shrieked, a soundless scream that vibrated through the water and reverberated through our very core. Its shadowy form wavered, but it held. It wasn't just a guardian, it was an extension of the Nexus itself. As Miller and Rays laid down a barrage, Davies turned to me. "Emma, now. We need to break through its defenses to reach the Nexus. Get the amplifier online." I nodded, my hands shaking slightly, but my resolve firm. He helped me don the psionic amplifier helmet. It fit snugly, the internal sensors pressing gently against my temples. The full body suit, already integrated with my TARU field gear, began to hum with a low, resonant frequency. "Amplifier active," I reported, my voice slightly muffled by the helmet. "Neural interface establishing." A jolt of raw energy coursed through my mind as the device linked. It was like plugging into a vast, terrifying power source. My senses exploded. The subtle hum of the Nexus became a roaring torrent. The individual consciousnesses of the Elder Council entities, once distant thunder, were now a cacophony of ancient, alien thoughts pressing in on me. "Intruder, infidel, broken thing." The words, not heard but felt, slammed into my mind. They were cold, ancient, and utterly devoid of mercy. "They know we're here," I cried out, my voice strained. "They're trying to overwhelm me." "Hold fast, Emma," Davies urged, his hand on my shoulder, projecting his own, weaker mental shield to bolster mine. "Remember your training. Focus. Filter." The colossal guardian outside intensified its attack, slamming against the submersible again and again. The hull groaned ominously, threatening to buckle. Miller and Rays fired relentlessly, their weapons glowing hot, but the creature was relentless, seemingly impervious to direct energy. "Their physical form is sustained by the Nexus's psionic energy," Thorn yelled. "We need to disrupt that connection." "Emma," Davies' voice was urgent. "You have to create an opening. Focus a psionic blast, something to momentarily sever its connection to the Nexus." It was a daunting task. I was supposed to shatter the Nexus, not just disrupt a guardian. But if we couldn't get past this, the mission was over. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and reached inward, drawing on the raw power of the amplifier, channeling my fear and determination into a single, focused point. I remembered the lessons from Dr. Eris. Channel intent, visualize the energy, push back. I imagined a concentrated beam of my own mental energy, pure and unyielding, aimed directly at the guardian's ethereal form.
Awaken from your
H-A-A-H, I screamed, a guttural sound torn from my throat. A wave of shimmering, violet energy erupted from the submersible, not from a weapon, but from my amplified mind. It slammed into the colossal guardian. The creature shrieked again, a sound of unimaginable agony, and for a split second, its form shimmered, wavered, and then dissipated. Not destroyed, but momentarily severed, dissolving into the crushing darkness. "It worked," Miller yelled, his voice incredulous. "Emma, you did it." "The connection is broken," Davies confirmed, his face a mixture of relief and astonishment. "Temporal dampeners are holding. Thorn, now's our chance. Move in." Thorn didn't hesitate. With a surge of power, the submersible darted forward, its thrusters kicking, propelling us towards the colossal violet crystal. The Nexus loomed before us, pulsing with ancient power, its psionic field now directly battering my amplified mind. "You will not pass, you will not disrupt." The collective consciousness of the Elder Council was a chorus of icy, commanding voices, trying to force me into oblivion to shatter my will. "They're actively targeting my mind," I choked out, the pressure immense, far greater than anything at Viridian Glen. The amplifier hummed dangerously, struggling to contain the sheer power I was channeling and the overwhelming force I was pushing against. My head throbbed, my eyes burned. Images of suffering, of ancient rituals, of countless lives consumed by the crystal flooded my mind. They were trying to break me with their history, with the sheer weight of their accumulated horror. "Miller, raise ready disruptors," Thorn commanded. "Prepare for evasive maneuvers. Davies, what's Emma's status?" "She's holding, but barely," Davies replied, his hand resting on my arm. "Emma, you need to focus on the central node of the Nexus. Visualize it. The amplifier is ready for the counter-frequency burst. It's now or never." I looked at the colossal violet crystal, its immense presence dominating the abyss. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a conduit, a living, breathing, ancient entity, the heart of a parasitic network spanning millennia. "This is the end, child. Your feeble mind cannot comprehend our purpose. Your struggle is meaningless." The voices intensified, weaving an intricate tapestry of despair and submission. They showed me visions of a universe consumed by chaos, only to be brought to order by their temporal manipulations. They presented themselves as the true guardians of reality, and humanity as a necessary, insignificant sacrifice. "No," I screamed, fighting back with every fiber of my being. "You are parasites. You consume, you destroy. You twist time, you sacrifice lives for your own selfish, twisted existence." The amplifier whined, pushed to its absolute limits. I poured my anger, my grief, my unwavering determination into it. I remembered Alara's terrified face, the lost souls of Oakhaven, the shattered minds of Viridian Glen. This wasn't just about survival. It was about vengeance, about justice for countless victims. "Emma, now," Thorn's voice was a distant echo, as the submersible jostled violently. The Nexus was actively pushing back, radiating energy that distorted the very fabric of space around us. I closed my eyes, focusing on the core of the Nexus, imagining it as a complex, interlocking mental construct. I visualized the counter-frequency, a pure white light of disruptive energy, flowing from my mind through the amplifier and into the Nexus's heart. With a primal scream, I unleashed the full force of my psionic will. A blinding white light erupted from the submersible, a focused beam of pure mental energy, amplified 1,000-fold. It struck the colossal violet crystal, not with a physical impact, but with an energetic one, a shockwave that resonated through every layer of the abyss. The Nexus shrieked, a soundless yet deafening scream of agony and rage that ripped through my mind, through the submersible, through the very water around us. The violet light of the crystal pulsed violently, erratically, like a dying star. The psionic feedback was immediate, catastrophic. It felt like my mind was being torn apart. White-hot needles lanced through my brain. My vision exploded in a kaleidoscope of searing light and crushing darkness. I felt my consciousness fraying, threatening to unravel into nothingness. Error, feedback overload. The amplifier screamed in my ears, its systems failing under the immense strain. "Emma, pull back," Davies yelled, his voice distorted, muffled by the psychic static. He was trying to disconnect the amplifier to save me from the feedback, but the surge was too powerful, too instantaneous. I fought to maintain consciousness, focusing on the white light, on the Nexus, on the absolute necessity of severing it. I could feel the Elder Council's collective consciousness recoiling, shattering, their ancient grip on time and reality loosening. "It's breaking," I gasped, the words barely forming, my body convulsing under the mental assault. "The Nexus, it's collapsing." Indeed, the colossal violet crystal was now racked with violent spasms. Cracks, not physical but energetic, spiderwebbed across its surface. The white light from the submersible continued to pour into it, overwhelming its defenses, shattering its core. Then, with an implosion of light and pure energy, the Nexus shattered. It didn't explode outward, it collapsed inward, drawing all light, all sound, all energy into a single, terrifying point. The colossal structure of violet crystal dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only an empty void in the seabed. The submersible rocked violently, buffeted by the immense energetic displacement. Alarms blared, systems flickered. And then silence, a profound, absolute silence, far deeper than the abyssal darkness. The oppressive psionic pressure was gone. The ancient whispers were gone. The temporal distortions, once so prevalent, seemed to vanish, leaving behind an almost unsettling calm. My body slumped forward, utterly spent. The amplifier helmet clattered to the floor, having automatically disengaged in the aftermath of the collapse. I gasped for air, my mind reeling, my head pounding as if struck by 1,000 hammers. But the agony was receding, replaced by a profound, if terrifying, emptiness. Emma Davies was by my side instantly, helping me remove the rest of the suit, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right? Talk to me." I blinked, trying to clear my vision. "It's gone," I whispered, my voice hoarse, raw. "The Nexus, it's shattered." Thorn, her eyes fixed on the now empty seabed, breathed a ragged sigh of relief. Temporal cascade readings dropping across the board. The 3 new anchor points, their signatures are collapsing. Simultaneously. It worked. You did it, Emma. Miller and Reyes exchanged an astonished glance, their faces pale but triumphant. All 3 anchor points neutralized. Full systemic collapse, Miller shouted, his voice ringing with disbelief and exhilaration. "The Elder Council's network, it's gone." Reed's voice crackled through the comms, filled with an almost reverent awe. "Thorn, confirm. Is the Elder Council's central nexus truly eliminated? Are the anchor points collapsing?" "Confirmed, Director," Thorn replied, her voice thick with emotion. "The nexus is gone. The 3 new anchor points are flatlining. The parasitic network, it's been decapitated." A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me, but beneath it, a surge of fierce triumph, of grim satisfaction. It was over. The Elder Council, the ancient parasites, the beings who fed on time and life itself, were finally defeated. "We need to get out of here," Thorne said, her voice regaining its professional edge. The instability in the deep could still be dangerous. Rays, begin ascent protocols. Miller, maintain perimeter watch. As the submersible slowly began its ascent, leaving behind the now empty void where the Nexus once stood, I leaned back, my eyes closing. My mind felt raw, exposed, but also profoundly quiet. The voices, the whispers, the ancient consciousness, they were truly gone. The journey back to the surface was a blur. My body was racked with residual pain, my mind struggling to process the sheer magnitude of what I had just experienced, what I had done. Dr. Eris was waiting for me as soon as we docked, her face a mixture of scientific curiosity and deep concern. She put me through a battery of tests, monitoring my neural activity, checking for any lasting damage from the psionic feedback. "Remarkable, Emma," she murmured, reviewing the readouts. "Your mind suffered immense trauma, but you are already beginning to heal. Your psionic resilience is truly beyond anything we've ever seen. You pushed the amplifier beyond its rated capacity, and yet you survived. Not only survived, but you succeeded." Davies, Thorne, and Miller were also debriefed, their accounts confirming the extraordinary nature of the mission. Director Reed personally congratulated us, his gratitude evident. It was a victory, a monumental one, celebrated not with fanfare, but with the quiet relief of those who understood the true scale of the averted catastrophe. The planet, unknowingly, had been saved. In the aftermath, the three newly activated anchor points, without their central nexus to sustain them, rapidly destabilized and collapsed, but without the chaotic temporal cascades of Oakhaven or Viridian Glen. TARU containment teams moved in swiftly, collecting data, but found no lasting psionic or temporal signatures, no evidence of Elder Council survival. The entities themselves seemed to have been utterly reliant on the Nexus, and when it shattered, they shattered with it. The research teams at TARU pored over the new data from the Challenger Deep, piecing together the final puzzle. The Nexus, as we now understood, was a multidimensional construct, a vast temporal engine powered by the collective psionic energy of the Elder Council. It was their true form, their central consciousness, drawing subtle temporal energy from throughout the planet and funneling it into their anchor points. By severing it, I hadn't just destroyed a device, I had destroyed their very being, their collective soul. The small wooden birds from Oakhaven, once morbid archives of trapped psychic echoes, now fell silent. Their internal energies faded, their connection to the greater network severed. They became inert, merely carved wood, their chilling purpose extinguished. It was a profound, quiet end to a long, terrifying mystery. Ilara, the little girl from Viridian Glen, continued her recovery. I visited her often, and she slowly began to remember more, not of the terror, but of the kindness she received. She would cling to my hand, her smile slowly returning. She was a living testament to our success, a symbol of hope. Months passed, the world returned to a semblance of normal. The three populations that had been targeted by the Elder Council's simultaneous strike remained oblivious to the threat they had faced, their memories untroubled by temporal paradoxes or amnesiac fields. TARU continued its vigilant watch, but the Elder Council, as far as all our sensors and research could determine, was truly gone. Their temporal signature, once a faint scent, was utterly extinguished from the timeline. Life at Taurum settled into a new rhythm. The intense urgency of the Elder Council threat was replaced by the ongoing, vital work of monitoring anomalies, researching strange phenomena, and protecting humanity from threats it never knew existed. My role within Taurum had evolved dramatically. I was no longer just an analyst. I was a fully fledged temporal anomaly specialist and a powerful psionic operative, Doctor. Eris continued my training, helping me to refine my abilities to control the raw power within me, to use it not just for defense, but for subtle perception, for insight, for healing. My relationship with Thorne, Davies, and Miller had deepened into a bond forged in fire. We were a team, a family of unlikely heroes bound by shared experiences and a common purpose. We had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. One quiet evening, I found myself in the TARU archives again, surrounded by ancient texts and glowing screens. This time I wasn't searching for ancient horrors, but for understanding, for the deeper truths of the universe. I was analyzing patterns of residual temporal energy from localized, historical anomalies, trying to predict future temporal fluctuations, to understand the ebb and flow of time itself. Director Reed entered the archive, a rare occurrence for him. He moved silently, his face thoughtful. "Emma," he said, his voice soft, "may I have a moment?" I closed my research, turning to face him. "Of course, Director." He regarded me for a long moment, a faint smile touching his lips. "You've come a long way, Emma, from a small-town archivist to the savior of the timeline. I'm immensely proud of you. We all are." "Thank you, Director," I replied, a warmth spreading through me. The praise meant a lot coming from him. "I'm here to offer you a new role," he continued, his gaze serious. "With the Elder Council neutralized, our focus is shifting. We've learned invaluable lessons about multidimensional entities, about the fragility of the timeline, and about the vast, unexplored powers of the human mind. We need to expand our capabilities to proactively seek out and understand other potential threats, not just react to them." He paused, then gestured to the surrounding archives, the countless records of the strange and the unknown. TARU is establishing a new division, the Temporal Consciousness Initiative. Its purpose will be to explore the deeper connections between consciousness, time, and multidimensional reality, to train and develop operatives with latent psionic abilities, like yours, to become the vanguard of humanity's defense against unknown threats. My breath hitched, a new division, dedicated to the very abilities I possessed, the mysteries I had stumbled into. "I want you to lead it, Emma," Reed said, his eyes unwavering. "You have unique insight, unparalleled psionic potential, and a resilience that has literally changed the course of history. You are the ideal candidate to shape this initiative, to discover what else lies beyond the veil." The offer was staggering: lead a new division, shape the future of TARU's understanding of consciousness and time. It was a monumental responsibility, a challenge far greater than anything I had imagined. It meant diving even deeper into the unknown, facing new, unimaginable threats. But I no longer feared the unknown. I had faced down an ancient parasitic entity and lived. I had shattered its very core. I had saved lives. My mind went back to the quiet life in Oakhaven, the books, the routine, the comfortable oblivion. It felt impossibly distant now, a dream I had definitively woken from. This was my reality now, the hidden world of anomalies and unseen dangers, and I had a place at its forefront. "I accept," I said, the words firm and clear. "I'm ready to lead the Temporal Consciousness Initiative." A genuine smile finally touched Reed's lips. Excellent, I knew you would. We have a lot of work ahead of us. The universe is vast, Emma, and full of wonders and horrors we can barely comprehend. But now, we have a fighting chance to understand them. He turned, beginning to walk out of the archives, then paused at the threshold. Oh, and one more thing, Emma. Dr. Eris has been working on a theoretical device, a refinement of the psionic amplifier. Something that could, potentially, allow a skilled psionic to not just disrupt, but to observe subtle temporal shifts, to perceive echoes of alternate timelines. It's highly speculative, but with your abilities, it might be possible. My heart leaped to perceive alternate timelines, to peer into the infinite possibilities of what might have been or what could be. The thought was intoxicating. It opened up an entirely new dimension of understanding, of discovery. Keep me updated on that, Director, I said, a thrill of anticipation coursing through me. The fight against the Elder Council was over, but the journey of discovery, the quest to understand the deeper fabric of reality, was just beginning. I looked back at the glowing screens, at the data swirling with temporal patterns. My new role, my new purpose, the Temporal Consciousness Initiative. The possibilities stretched out before me, vast and limitless, just like time itself. I picked up the small wooden bird, the one from Oakhaven, now inert and silent. It was no longer a symbol of horror, but a reminder of what we had overcome and what we were now prepared to face. The universe was calling, and I was ready to answer. My thoughts were interrupted by a new, faint signal on my comms device. It was from Thorn. Emma, new temporal anomaly detected. High probability of multidimensional bleed-through. Unusual energy signatures. Get to ops, now. My gaze sharpened. The thrill of the unknown, the call to action, was immediate. There was no time to reflect on past victories. The future, with all its mysteries and dangers, was always present. On my way, I responded, a fierce sense of purpose guiding my steps as I strode out of the archives, ready for whatever new challenges awaited me. This was my life now, a perpetual dance with the fabric of reality, a constant battle to protect the fragile existence we all shared. The Elder Council was gone, but the universe was still vast and full of secrets. I strode into the main ops center, the familiar hum of computers and the quiet murmur of agents, a welcome contrast to the silent abyss I had just conquered. Thorn was already there, standing before a large holographic display, her usually calm expression tinged with a flicker of perplexity. Davies and Miller were at their stations, their brows furrowed, sifting through data streams. "What have we got?" I asked, my voice steady, feeling a familiar surge of adrenaline mixed with anticipation. The raw exhaustion from the Challenger deep mission still lingered, a dull ache behind my eyes, but the call to action was a more powerful stimulant. Thorn gestured to the holographic projection. "It's unique, Emma. Temporal distortions are minimal, localized to a single, uninhabited mountain range in the Himalayas. But the energy signatures are unlike anything we've classified. We're detecting what looks like a localized tear in the fabric of reality itself. A multi-dimensional bleed-through, just as I said." The display showed a jagged, shimmering fissure in the air above a desolate peak, crackling with strange, iridescent energies. It wasn't the chaotic temporal maelstroms of the Elder Council. This was something entirely different, more subtle, yet equally unsettling. The psionic readings are also unusual, Davies added, zooming in on a spectral analysis. No discernible consciousness, no coherent thought patterns like the Elder Council. It's more like raw psionic potential leaking through, unstructured, almost primordial. It's affecting local wildlife, causing minor, unpredictable mutations, but no widespread panic or amnesia. Multidimensional bleed-throughs are notoriously difficult to contain, Miller stated, reviewing tactical protocols. Standard temporal dampeners might not be enough if it's a portal to another reality. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my enhanced psionic senses. The presence was indeed alien, not hostile in an active way, but profoundly other. It felt like a thin membrane between worlds had been punctured, and the strange, unformed energies of another dimension were seeping into ours. There was a pull, a subtle lure, not unlike the Elder Council's initial psychic suggestions, but without malice. It felt like a whisper of the infinite, a glimpse into the boundless possibilities of the cosmos. It's not an attack, I said, opening my eyes. It's a breach, an accidental one, perhaps. Something from another dimension is bleeding into ours, and it's destabilizing our local reality. But there's no intelligence behind it, no entity trying to manipulate or control. Director Reed's voice came over the comms, crisp and authoritative. Emma, your assessment. Director, it's a novel phenomenon, I replied, my mind already racing, sifting through the limited data. A multi-dimensional tier. Standard containment might fail because it's not a temporal anomaly in the Elder Council's parasitic sense. We need a way to seal the tier, to stitch reality back together. Reed paused, then his voice returned, a note of deep consideration in it. What do you propose, Agent Frost? I looked at the shimmering fissure on the display, then at the psionic amplifier helmet I had just used in the Challenger Deep, now sitting on a nearby console, being recalibrated. The thought sparked an idea, audacious and risky. The Elder Council's nexus was a psionic construct, Director, I explained, outlining my theory. Its destruction caused a massive energetic displacement. This bleed-through, it's a localized manifestation of raw, unchanneled, multidimensional energy. My psionic abilities, augmented by the amplifier, allowed me to generate a counterfrequency to shatter the nexus. Perhaps, with careful modulation, I could generate a sealing frequency. Something to actively close the tier, to reintegrate the fractured realities. Thorn raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A psionic stitch, that's unprecedented and incredibly dangerous. The amplifier was designed to channel immense psionic energy, both destructive and constructive, Davies mused, already pulling up schematics of the device. If Emma can perceive the specific frequency of the bleed-through, she might be able to generate a harmonic counterfrequency to close it. It's a precision task, a delicate surgical strike rather than a blunt force trauma. I'm willing to try, I said, my voice resolute. The Elder Council had honed my abilities in the crucible of their ancient evil. Now, I would use those abilities not just for destruction, but for preservation. This was what the Temporal Consciousness Initiative was about: understanding, adapting, innovating. Reed's voice came back firm. All right, Emma, assemble your team. Thorn, Davies, Miller, you're with her. Rays, prepare for localized temporal stabilization support. This will be a surgical strike. Get to the Himalayas, and be careful, team. We are venturing into truly uncharted territory. The TARU transport jet, modified for high-altitude deployment, cut through the frigid Himalayan air hours later. Inside, the atmosphere was different from our previous missions. There was still tension, but it was coupled with a sense of excited exploration, of facing a new frontier. I sat with the psionic amplifier helmet already on, its gentle hum a familiar comfort. Davy sat across from me, his eyes glued to my neural readouts. Thorne ran through final pre-deployment checks, her movements precise. Miller and Reyes, ever vigilant, were ensuring all equipment was secure. The bleed-through is stable for now, Thorne reported, but it's expanding slowly. The longer it stays open, the more difficult it will be to seal. As the jet approached the target coordinates, the world outside became a canvas of towering, snow-capped peaks. Below us, nestled between jagged ridges, was the shimmering